Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching. Yeah, unfortunately the dog phone, I don't know what's going on with the dog phone. We'll have to fix it later. All right. Well, we got a guest coming on here in a little bit. I guess you'll just have to wait and see who it is. Anyways. Today's another show, you guys. Today's another show. Yep. Yeah, the thing is I don't know, I just keep I don't know what to tell you guys, but people like, I don't know if you guys ever watched like Michelle After Dark or whatever. Her video that she just put out today was so bogus that it's actually embarrassing to watch. She's one of the people that make the true crime community worse. I wouldn't even call it true crime. It's like fake crime. Like you're just trying to. She did this whole thing and she was off on like 9 things in a short amount of time, completely inaccurate, and then it makes you just kind of feel, sick inside, because that means there are people out there that merely try to give their audience what they want to hear, not what the truth is. Okay, and you'll never get that here. Sometimes it just aligns that what I'm saying is what you want to hear, but these people actively seek out what is the majority. Ooh, look at this. It's really hot to believe that Richard Allen's innocent. Hey, thanks, Stacy Pittman. Yep, today's another show, everybody. If you guys want to get the coffees, and we just got to keep the pace going. The coffees, the super chats, etc. And by the way, out of all the channels out there, I guarantee you we have given more money to the Libby and Abby ballpark by tenfold than any other channel out there, okay? So it's just the reality of it. I think we've given, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 at least over the years. No doubt about it. I actually have the numbers somewhere. I think 1,500 just in the last few months of this last year. Yeah. So anyways, I made the Holman video, and still just chugging along, not really getting any views. It's just so unbelievable, you guys. I don't know what happens or how YouTube does it. Maybe I need to make a new thumbnail. Have him making a face and sticking a tongue out or something, and then have an arrow pointing to nowhereness. Like, hey, those idiots that go, hey, that works though, man. I guess I could start doing that. Like I'll just go, and then all of a sudden, ooh, everyone clicks on it. What's he talking about? Hey, thanks, Pink Diamond. Anyway, she's just an absolute embarrassment. There's like 10 of them, you guys. It's like a community of people putting out false information. You know, like she talked about, oh, okay, there's 700 steps from 131 till, and that goes to 208. But what you forgot, Michelle After Dark, is that they were actually at home until 139, so some of those steps are at home. You know that, right? I mean, did you work that into there? Or... Anyways, let's see. What do we got here? Hey, thanks, Tanya M. Appreciate it. Maybe we'll do the set up the goal in here. Just something. All right, there we go. Hey, member for 59 months. So, God, that's a lot. What is that? That's 5 years, isn't it? Pretty much. 5 years. Yeah, well, unfortunately, I'm mentioning the name, so people will go check it out. But hopefully you have a brain. I want people to, when you see stuff like that, say something. It's horrendous, you guys. Like, it just... Well, look at right here, a third of the way across the bridge. No, you're pointing at the start of the bridge. That's not a third of the way across the bridge. I mean, it's just, and she copied my timeline map on Google Earth, exactly the same. You know, it's just unreal. You know. Let's see, and doesn't even know what it means. That's the scary part about it. Anyways, we got a guest coming up here at some point. Don't know if it's now or next 10 minutes or... Let's see. I guess I could click on those. There's Stacy Pittman and Pink Diamond. Here, let me go back to that. I like that picture. It's like you're, what's going on here? Curious looking. And Tanya. And Tanya M for a year almost. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, everyone just thinks when you have the British accent or, you know, something over in the UK, you somehow gain a whole bunch of credibility points. I've noticed that. You know, it's like, oh yeah, ooh, that makes sense. If they said the same thing, like, yo, hey, check it out, you know, oh God, everybody go, that's garbage. Let's see. It's not even interesting. I was hoping you would have a live stream. This is a live stream. Yep. I have live streams every single night, Karen Hick 7. Should show up more often. That'd be awesome. Do we know, or you mean KNOW, how long Richard Allen was out there before Abby and Libby started? Yeah, I know exactly how long. Let's see, I would say he was at minimum there for 20 minutes. When he got out of the Hoosier Harvest Store, when he drove by the Hoosier Harvest Store, it's 22 minutes. But if you go when he probably parked his car, it'd be 20. And then when he got onto the trails, it'd be about 17 minutes before. Yeah. So he would have got on the trails at like 1:32 to 1:33, and then Abby and Libby dropped off at 1:49. So even that there, just looking at that, is like, geez, he's in that little window, and somehow he disappeared and somebody else showed up. Hey, thanks so much, Lake. Yeah, no problem. And by the way, if you're just tuning in, you ever been here before, my channel, because of the freaks in here and ad revenue, etc., we've donated now $229,000 since January of 2020, and now we're at $500 this year currently because we just started. But the total, last year we did 49,500 this year so far, and we're at 229,000. I hope this year sometime we'll get to $250,000. That'd be pretty amazing, wouldn't it? Yeah. I mean, that means our channel donated on its own as much as the reward fund, basically, that came in for that, the whole nation for the Delphi case. Tanya M. Gray has it all down. That's right. There's Peggy Day. You know, and then she did say that we, you know, when she put part of my clip in from with Holman, and she said, yeah, you can definitely, you know, some credit towards what I said, but at the same time, try to make it seem like, yeah, and somehow it got plugged in at 5 in the morning, but it's got something that you can refute it with, as if, like, okay, there's something you can refute it with. It's not true what they're refuting it with, meaning how it was plugged in, the water set off the plug, but, you know, there's definitely something you could refute it with, so let's just drop that one. Now, what they should be doing is the step stuff, you know, like the step and all that. Right. Someone, she used my clip and sped it. She always speeds it up to try to avoid copyright infringement. She's one of those types, you know. We're all Rick Allen. Jesus. I sure as hell hope not, you guys. I sure as hell hope not. Richard Allen is a psycho, okay, who sat and hid in plain sight for 5 freaking years. Hey, thanks so much, I'll eat cake, as in I'll eat cake. Yeah, you're not Rick Allen, yeah. Good. It's good to know. Karen Kick said, I'm not Rick Allen. Snay is a psycho. Yeah. Well, they all are. Every one of those people. I'm thrown by you being in bottom right corner. Where should I be? How about this? I'll make it right in the middle for now. How about that? Okay. And then if I try to show you the animation again, I guess, it's always on my screen. Oh, you can't see it. Well, great, move out of the way. Okay, now I got to move over. How if I go right there? That's probably enough on that screen. I mean, what are some, does anybody, while we're waiting here, anybody have, what's the question that you have? Still, you're just not sure about. I guess I don't have anything, you know? And they're like, we got to find who the killer is. Who else is going to match all the information? There is no other information. So just think about it like this. Law enforcement had what they had in terms of evidence. Who's going to fit it better than Richard Allen? He answered every question that they had. So who is going to fit it better? Okay? And the thing is he fit all of it. He even said he was there. He confessed to it with information that only the killer would know. Oh, and some of us, exclusive podcasters out there who found out about it a year after he mentioned it. Hey, Gray, I haven't commented before on your lives, but I just wanted to say how I appreciate you always remembering that at the end of this horrific crime, there were 2 innocent girls. AbbyandLibby. Yep, that's right. I mean, I don't, on every show, I'm not saying that out loud or something, but, I mean, we talk about them. But Gray... There you go. There you go. Yeah, I think at some point those interrogations will have to be released. And in fact, if they use them, I think it's possible they might be released if they're used in the appeal process. Hey, thanks for the coffee by Toxic Tink. Did Richard Allen notify Dan Doolin that he parked at the abandoned CPS building? No, he didn't say abandoned CPS building. Richard Allen said he parked at the what the hell is that called? The water bureau, the old water bureau building, I think is what he said. And there isn't a water bureau building there. In fact, there's only one thing over here, and it's the abandoned CPS building. These are all businesses here. So that's the only building he could park at, and then apparently when he was interrogated, he pointed to that area. Hey, what's going on? Support with Stefan. Yeah, Farm Bureau. There you go. I knew didn't sound right in my head. The Farm Bureau. The water didn't sound right in my head when I said that. I was like, water? Nah. Ah, shit, I can't remember. Yeah, it's Farm Bureau building. But either way, doesn't exist there. It's the Farm Bureau building is down in like if you're in Delphi, the old, there it is, Farm Bureau building used to be right here. Okay? It has nothing to do with way over here where he's on the Freedom Bridge. This is the only place he said he parked and then walked to the Freedom Bridge. So even his defense team didn't say, well, he parked downtown Delphi and walked over there. Because that didn't happen. So yeah, it's weird. Sometimes things don't pop into my head the way they used to. Like just quick little things, you know. I wonder if I'll end up have something sort of like my mom at some point. No, it wasn't an abandoned Farm Bureau. He didn't say that. He said he parked at the old Farm Bureau building. There isn't one there. And then later on, when he was interrogated, he said he parked at the old building. In the 2019 press conference, Doug Carter said he parked at the abandoned CPS building. A vehicle was parked there. They wanted to know who the driver of the vehicle was. And they wanted to know who the driver was because there was a person walking onto the trails at the Freedom Bridge, and they had mentioned that there were cars there. So logically thinking, you might think, maybe the person parked right there. I listened to the whole trial. Well, it wasn't really, we didn't get to listen to it. Where did he enter? I don't know what that means, Jacob. Hi, Gray. Question, I listened to the whole trial. And one thing stuck out. Where did he enter from to go to the bridge? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean there. I mean, we've gone over it 100 times. I mean, he parked right here at the abandoned CPS building, and then he walked right here on this little trail here. I even walked this trail and showed it on my show. I've been there. I've walked this whole thing. And you walk right here, and then you walk right here, and then there's trees here. There's just a trail and then trees, and then you're inside a wooded area. And this is right where he passed the three girls. Then he walked all the way down the trail like this. Takes 11 minutes or so. And that's walking quickly, 11 minutes. And he made it out onto platform 1. Now, one thing that's interesting is Betsy Blair said that she was 50 feet away, but she was actually turned around here at the barricade, which is 111 feet. All right, hold on a second. We got the special guest. I don't know if I can see part of it. Hold on a second. Let me see how to do this. Hold on. Let me get my... how do I just do my face for a second? There's mine, and then we're at... Hey, look at that. Can we hear you? Oh, there you go.
I can hear you. Me?
Oh, let me turn down my echo. I'm going to have an echo if I don't turn this off. Hold on. All right. Is that better right there? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing.
All right. Well, how the hell's it going?
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a long, crappy journey, really. I mean, a lot of stuff's been going on over the last 7 years.
Lots.
Yeah. So what I was going to say, it's kind of hard to figure out like where to start talking about something because we've already had conversations over the years. You've been on my show a couple different times. I did a video with you and Mike one time when he was chopping onions. Like, I mean, the whole time it was like the craziest thing ever. It was pretty funny though. That one, and then I think you came in one time. I think with a couple different people on a live stream. Just one random. I think it was with Beth. Remember her? You know Beth, right?
Oh yeah, I talked to her.
Yeah. So I think there was one time where like you were up there with her, and it was just kind of like you showed up on a live stream or something. Years ago. Who knows though? There's been so many. But so you were at the entire trial, and you know, well, what's it feel like now? Finally, that you know that it's like it's over, at least for now, and then there's going to be an appeal, etc. What's it feel like now?
It feels like a big weight, just a big weight off of your shoulders. You know, you can breathe. You can. It's like you're just not tense all the time. So it's although you feel like wow, you know, now we're now what, you know, we get to focus on life again. So,
Yeah. Except there's going to be an appeal, right? It sounds like now there's almost less chance because of what that juror was saying. It feels like.
you know what? I'm just going to have faith that appeal's nothing's going to come of it. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to stress over it. I truly believe that nothing's going to come of it.
Yeah. So when you were at trial, were there any time when you were at trial? Was there any time that you were sort of like, ooh, you're getting a little nervous about the direction or anything like that?
No, you know, there's good days and there's bad days. There's some days you think, whoa, we got this. Prosecution's on fire. And then there's other days that you're like, damn, you know, not that I question, but it's like, that could have been better, you know? So I was, I was, I felt good the way the prosecution ran the trial.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw, but I interviewed Jerry Holman. It's on my channel. It didn't make it out to anybody's notifications, but it was pretty interesting talking to him about it. And you know, I was actually asking him some stuff about Keegan Kline because I still have a hard time with that whole thing. You know, he even said in that interview, you know what he said? He said, we think that it's possible the girls went to the bridge because of the communication with Anthony Schatz. And it's like, wow, okay. So how do you then not, you know, that he thinks it's possible with that? So how do you not make the correlation at that point? Like this other guy showed up too, or, you know, it's just wild.
That's why it was investigated as much as it was.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, let me ask you something really quick about your the ballpark, though. I mean, this is totally randomly going to something else. How's it doing at this point?
It's doing well. It gets busier and busier all the time. The high school has started using it for ball games. They've held a high school conference there. We actually had the high school ran a cross country tournament there. So besides the people coming down, just the kids to play at the park and the summer concerts, the ball fields, the entire park's just being used more and more.
Well, it's amazing. It's amazing facility there. I went there. I think you met us there. And I flew the drone up in the air over the top of the, the park, and yeah, it's pretty amazing. And all the bricks out there. I think it still needs quite a bit of funding. We're always going to be supporting the ballpark into the future. Just letting you know on this channel. So
Well,
hopefully,
we appreciate it. It goes to good use, and it actually helps a lot of the community. And it's a labor for us.
yeah, yeah. It's and the brick area is really kind of neat that people can buy, send in some donations, and actually have a brick and it sits there forever. Really, right? Yeah,
It should be there forever.
yeah.
So
So
that helps
no, go
make
ahead.
that help makes this for everybody, you know, not just the girls. It's a memorial park, not just for the girls, but for loved ones. Period.
Yeah. And by the way, Becky's kind of tired because she got up at 5 something in the morning to help out Kelsey with at their home. So uh, you know, just in case she doesn't like, yeah, woo, you'll just realize that's what it is. Uh, oh yeah, somebody just typed in. What did you think about? What did it feel like when you were reading your impact statement? We read it on the show here, but what did it feel like to you to actually be able to say your impact statement at the sentencing?
It was a long time coming. You know, I have stewed over some of that stuff for some time, and I had no clue what to put in an impact statement. You know, and so I talked to Nick one day, and Stacy, and said, what do you put in that? And he said, put how you feel. What's been bothering you? So, well, that's what I did.
Yeah. And how about Mike's? What was he thinking? Did you help him with his, or did you just write his own?
No, no, no. We wrote our own. We discussed. We would. I told him what I wanted to do, and he said what he wanted to do. We decided we'd go at it different ways. He just had different things he wanted to say, and I agree with some of the things that he said, because I thought about it later after he read it, up there, and I thought, you know, he's right. When our forefathers were writing up the Constitution and all that, I really don't think that they expected our justice system to go the way it has.
Yeah, like who can trick the jury? So I don't know what how to say it, but I think some of I say it all the time, so it's not something I'm just saying now. Is I think the behavior of the defense team isn't what like. Yeah, you have to like really try to help defend your client, but they went to like an extreme length. I mean, I don't really even know how to explain it. I mean, that Frank's memorandum that came out with all that crazy one single solitary man acting alone with dexterity over and over and over and over and over and over again. It was just so childish. But what it did was look what it created in the community. You guys were already getting a lot of crap over the years because you were like you and Kelsey and everybody and Mike. They could pick as boogeyman the people in the public, right? But then when the Odinist stuff came out, you guys still got your crap, and now there's these other people, the Odinists, and it just created this horrendous atmosphere in terms of everybody supporting the killer in this case.
Yeah. Well, one of the things when Andrew Baldwin was, we were deposed, and when I was in there for my deposition, it was Andrew that was doing it, and he asked me, well, he asked, I forget what he had asked me, and he said, well, did you even read the Frank's motion? I said, no, I didn't read all. I started and I read things that weren't true in there. And I thought, I'm not wasting my time reading this. I'm not doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So he was really taken back that I hadn't read all of it. But when I read in there that supposedly I was the one that told them about Odinism, it wasn't true. It wasn't true. What happened was, I don't know if it was Purdy or, because I think he was the internet officer at that time, was out here and we were talking, and it was towards the beginning, and I got my information like a lot of people. I did in the beginning. I watched Facebook all the time, thinking maybe he'd be in there, maybe he would say something and slip, maybe I would learn something, you know. So I was in there watching a lot. I had never been on Facebook other than Cafe World in Farmville, and that was all I ever used Facebook for before this. And that's when on Facebook people were talking about Brad Holder and all of this stuff, and I didn't even know Libby or Abby had liked a boy. You know, I had no clue about any of this. I learned about it on Facebook, and he was out here one day, and I said, "Have you heard what the new scuttlebutt is on Facebook? Boy, this is really weird." So that's how I even came into conversation with the officer about it. I wasn't the one that went to them to tell them about it. It was Facebook. So
Yeah.
after I did some of that, and I saw a couple of other things, I thought I'm not even going to go through it.
Yeah. And then I remember like the floor of fire, because you were a what was it? I just want you to be able to say all the different things. Like when you were an appraiser and you appraise, there's not too many appraisers around, probably in a small little communities like that.
There's not a lot in Carroll County, and besides that, appraisals, you're actually a third party, and it goes through an appraisal management company, and you have to be on the approved list. And so it's just random who gets an order. And I had done that in the summer prior. It was months before that fire ever happened. Other than scheduling an appointment, I never talked to the owner. I don't. That's part of it. You have no contact with them. That's the reason. After that crash, we have no contact with the owners a lot of times, unless it's a refi and they have to be there. So I could care. I'm not about to let my license go on the line to do something for somebody. So no, I had done it several months
Yeah.
before. It was nothing. I was doing my job.
Yeah. You're just appraising a home. What does that have to do with somebody setting a fire to it? Like, what's the point? I don't really even, it's like, it doesn't even make sense.
No.
Especially since it's a homicide. It's not like it was done for a collection of money, or it could be both, really. I mean, who the heck knows? But
I have no clue.
yeah, it just so happens, you guys, she happened to do an appraisal on that house at some point. Oh, and then don't you remember that crazy time when you slid that book off the bed? that was one of the best ones out there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was in James Renner's
Mm-hmm.
360-degree video. You're talking to him and you're pulling a blanket or something off the bed, and it knocks a book on the ground, and this one YouTuber turned it into this huge thing. You wanted him to see it, but why wouldn't you just hand it to him? Because you knocked it on the ground and then you handed it to him, right? What would be the difference?
I don't even know that I handed it to him. I don't know. I don't even remember. It was, I knocked a book off. But
Yeah, it was called Promise Not to Tell. So,
because I had kept everything. And so all this stuff was on her bed. There was just all kinds of stuff on her bed. So.
Yeah, but he made it seem like you intentionally snuck it off so that you could reveal it to him. And it's like, what does that even mean anyways? Like, even if you did do that, that doesn't mean anything. Somebody did ask something up here. It says, was there a moment, detail, or statement, perhaps from one of the younger girls, that stood out or revealed something new to you about the timeline? Now, maybe she's talking about those 3 or 4 girls in their statements. Was there anything new that?
No, I knew most of that. And the reason I knew most of the stuff off of that was because there were people from Facebook that had talked to all of these girls and kept telling me, you need to go talk to them. And I kept saying, no, I don't want to, because we never wanted to be accused of trying to tamper with a witness or something. We knew that they were witnesses, so we steered clear. You know, even though Bree was friends with Kelsey, that was a rule. We didn't talk about stuff when she was here, because never was I going to give any defense, whoever they would be, uh, anything to ever say that we were trying to do anything to any of the witnesses. So we never talked to any of them. But when people would talk to me about it, I learned what they had said. So I kind of knew most of what their testimony was going to be.
Yeah, remember that guy, Doug Rice? You know, he had some pretty good information. He had some crazy thoughts too. He thought the bridge guy video was fake, but he also had the really good information on. You know, I think he even interviewed some of the girls that you're talking about, and they talked about where they passed him. It was kind of right where the woods start after the Freedom Bridge, I think. And what was the other thing? Also, he said that she even described him, what he wrote, that he was like 5'6". I mean, I don't know how that didn't make it out there. That
Well,
would have been an amazing thing.
I'll tell you what surprises me is, if you remember in the beginning, the FBI wanted poster had the description of him as short.
Yeah, they had him like 5'6" to 5'10". So it's kind of like, it is sort of shorter, right? You know?
Yes, 180 to 220 pounds. So, you know, they had him. He was the original description of Bridge Guy was short. So,
Yeah.
like, and it wasn't until it was after 2020 before that was taken off of there. And I don't know why they ended up deciding.
You still there?
It was the FBI's
No.
decision to take it off.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, no, it's sort of interesting how. And then there's people. Well, there's also people that wonder why they didn't try to get somebody to figure out the exact height on the video. And the answer to that question is once you pay an expert, like let's say the state came up with an expert and they said, "Oh, he's 5'9". Well, you're kind of stuck with that at that point. You know, that's just kind of where you're. And now when you go to trial and they go, "Well, our guy's 5'6", and then they go, "How?" You know, so you can't have that because it's not. It's hard to be. I did it once early on and I got 5'3". I just did some random stuff. Okay. And I had 5'3", and I remember I sent it off to Robert Ives and he goes, "Well, I don't think that's the greatest way to do it," or whatever. So, you know, but I was pretty damn close, really. I mean, that's about as short, really short, but it was kind of a weird way. I just kind of used the height of the side rail and then kind of moved it up, made stacks of it going up, and then went like that. And, you know, that's what I got. But it wasn't too bad. So what are some other things that are out there? I'm hoping the freaks have some questions they want to know, but what are some of the other things out there that have really bothered you in terms of the way you guys have been treated? Because I think that's something that needs to be addressed. And I actually think you guys, I mean, I'm just going to say it, like, you guys need to probably do some legal action against some of these people who have made it dangerous for you guys and completely slandered and misrepresented the facts and invented stuff that put you guys in a precarious situation.
I don't know. I don't know if we'll do anything. You know, like Mike said one time, we know the truth. We know who we are. The people that know us know who we are. And the people out there that don't know us and are saying this stuff, that, you know, we don't care. Who cares? They don't
Yeah.
know. You know?
Hey, now that
So
we're, yeah, I mean, my thing is I just feel like these people get away with almost murder on these channels, and it's just, it'd be cool if someday somebody did something to squash it permanently. It's not a good thing. And I think if you start getting lawsuits and people are punished, you'll see a huge shift in that. But the way it is right now, they just keep going. I mean, they don't ever stop their videos.
no, they don't. And unfortunately, some of that stuff comes under freedom of speech. As a matter of fact, at CrimeCon, maybe it was Austin, might have been in Austin. John Ramsey was there. He was a guest speaker. And I was able to talk to him for a while. And that was one of the questions I asked him. I said, how do you do it? I mean, you've been dealing with this for a long
Yeah.
time. And
Yeah.
I said, how have you dealt with this all these years? And he said, faith.
And those guys were accused of the actual murder of their kids from everybody, the media, the news, and everybody. So they had to deal with it even from a worse angle, probably.
Yeah. So when you sit here and think about how we've been talked about, there's always somebody out there that's been talked about worse.
Mm-hmm. Hey, now that the trial's over, can you tell us exactly what was in the 43-second video? That now that you've watched it again, sort of recently, can you just sort of visually explain what we're seeing? Can you do that?
Libby was off of the bridge and just over to the side. She was videoing Abby. You can see her coming, and then you see Libby. She takes her phone and puts it down by her side. It's like she was trying to hide it. And she's standing there, and then Abby, you can see because she's got the phone down, facing down at the gravel. And Abby comes running. You can see her feet, her legs. She runs in front of Libby, and that's when you kind of hear her talk about is that guy still back there, and then you Libby's walking around a little bit there, and she's just talking to Abby, saying, this is the end of the trail. There's no place from here. I could tell in her voice that she was nervous. You could tell, and then you can hear him. You can hear him come off the bridge, kind of walk around them, and he said, "Hey, girls." And Libby said, "Hey," and that's when you hear the gun, and he says, "Go down the hill."
Wow. So when was the part where, I mean, that was really creepy listening to that. What was the part when Abby says, "Don't leave me up here"? Was that when she's still kind of like 10 or 15 feet onto the bridge, kind of something like
I
that?
think I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that, but it may have been because there was some muffle. They others because we did listen to it with headphones on, but that was years ago, and they had told us to focus on one particular area, so focusing.
Looks like we just got cut. Jeez. Let me just have her. I'll tell you. I mean, that sucked. I could tell the connection wasn't that great for a second. Oh, here she comes. All right, hold on. All right, there you are. You back on?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I could tell it was kind of the connection was going a little down, but I think you were just telling us about like we were just asking about the when did Abby maybe say something like, don't leave me up here. She must have still been on the bridge at that point.
Yeah, or I think I didn't hear anything when she was on the bridge, so it might have been as she was coming off or something.
So did Libby move back a little bit further away from the end of the bridge and maybe was thinking about going down a hill at that point on her own, and then
No, because she said it ends here, and she said it ends here. I think they were waiting for him to come off so they could go back across.
And then when I was just talking to Holman, I think the day before yesterday, he said that like most of the time the bridge guy is actually behind Abby, and then there's just a moment where she kind of probably right when she's getting close to Libby, because I know how that would work, it opened up a little bit of space where you could see the bridge guy just for a couple seconds smoothly, and then that's probably when she starts putting her phone down, right? Because he's only about 55, 60 feet away at that point. So then puts the phone down to her side, right? You can actually see it. Go ahead.
It didn't take him long to get off the bridge because, like I said, Abby ran across, and that's when Libby says, hey, the trail ends here. Well, so you're not talking more than 10 seconds, and he's there.
Right. I think that actually fits perfectly with the timing that I've got. Some of these different videos that are out there, people are walking across, and that's about what it would take. So it's like, I think right when Abby runs by, just prior to that, you could see him for 2 seconds, I would imagine, right? So that means after Abby runs by, he's already got a little bit closer, even slightly.
When Abby runs by, she's already got the phone down.
Oh, okay. Yeah, wow. So it's even before that.
Your feet.
Oh, that's interesting. So that means that's even more. It's like 2 or 3 seconds after the image of the bridge guy that we actually saw for 2 seconds. So at that point, he probably only had about 7 seconds more to get off the end of the bridge. Anything else about that? I mean, when you saw the original version, was it just crazy how well they were able to stabilize it on the final version?
I never saw the original. All we ever saw was
the smooth, the stabilized.
Because when they played the original one in there, and when we had break, I said, why didn't you play the whole thing? You didn't play the whole thing. They said, yeah, we did. I said, no, you didn't. That's not what I listened to.
Right. Oh God, here we go. Here comes the conspiracies. You started it again, man.
And they said, no, we showed you the stabilized one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right. So it's probably the same length of time.
At the trial, they played both.
And then they play the 43 seconds of both. I mean, 43 seconds is a long time, really. That's like, so that's crazy. Jeez. So you got the stabilize. I'm just trying to see if there's any more questions about that. We do have some questions up here. I just wanted to say, I think your family is amazing. You even brought treats to the people in line, even the ones that probably didn't, that don't, on the other side. And then also, let's see, somebody said, what was in the extended down the hill video? We just did that. Was there anything of note? Yeah. So like when you saw it the first time, what was different about it when you saw it this last time? Oh, and one question I did have was how long after, like the girls were found, did you guys see this video? Was it within the first week or like a couple weeks later?
No, it was months later.
Okay, so it took them a while to do.
Actually, I think it was right before they brought out the sketch.
Right before the sketch, wasn't that in the... Oh yeah, the sketch was with that other Kim Riley. He's the one that brought the sketch.
Was it?
Like July.
It was when they brought out.
I think I remember the press conference because remember it was like Kim Riley was in that one. He was in a press conference, a little short one where he accidentally said it was a girl or like a woman who put that out there. It seems like that was in like the summertime. Does that make sense?
I think it was summer when we saw it, but Kim Riley's not short.
No, he's a tall guy. He's like 6'4", seems like. Let's see. I'm just trying to see if there's any quick people. I want the freaks to be able to ask questions themselves. Yeah, people said many things. Yeah, I don't see any questions in there. Hey, freaks, now you guys have any questions? I thought you guys were going to load us up with ones because I have specific ones that I wanted to ask about that. Have you ever been to the crime scene where you go to the bridge and go around that trail off to the left? You ever been there?
I have not gone all the way. I went off that side trail over to the ravines, but it is private property, and I didn't want to trespass, and I don't know that I need to be there.
Yeah. I think when I went there, I made it to that ravine, like you go all the way down and there's that really steep, and then it's like, then it goes up slightly because that's when the cliff drops dramatically right in that area. And so then I walked another maybe like 75 feet or so. So I think I was getting close, but I didn't know where I was. And Kelsey told me that there was poison ivy and stuff like that. Yeah, I've got shorts on. I don't think because you can see these little things on the ground. So I wasn't sure what that was. How about this? Tanya said, when did you realize, like the same question I asked Holman, that this was the right person? Was it all the way to trial, or did you think that there were, even before that, just...
Oh, no. When I heard, when I heard the timeline, really, the timeline,
yeah,
there, and it's funny because when they had that, somehow I knew when they put it out that they were asking for the driver
of the vehicle, that was
vehicle, but they never gave a collar. I knew they were looking. I knew they were looking for a black vehicle. So, but they didn't want to put that out there just in case, So they were looking.
So you knew that they were looking for a black vehicle?
Somehow I knew. Don't ask me how I knew, but I knew.
Uh-oh. How did she know? How did she know before the... Oh, here we go. Oh, my God.
A lot of it is I just don't remember,
Yeah. I mean, the thing is when you're involved in a case and stuff, people hear things in a huge amount of, a massive, 7-year period of time. You might get to hear something from somebody at some point. These other people, they don't get to hear that. So then they're angry when other people get to hear rumors or things that turn out to be true. And then they start accusing, turn it into a conspiracy, So you think you knew that they were looking for a black vehicle. Interestingly, though, they didn't have a clue who the person was. They wanted to... The thing is, they had so many questions. That's what I always tell people is they had, who was the driver of the vehicle that was parked at the abandoned CPS building? Who was the person that Bree and her friends saw? Who was the person that Betsy Blair saw? And who was the person in Libby's video? And then I always ignore the bullet and Sarah Carbaugh, if you can believe that. That's exactly what the jury said. I always left out of my story. You already know it's Bridge Guy by the time he's at the end of the bridge, and therefore he is the killer at that point because he's the guy that took him down the hill.
But even Sarah Carbaugh, even if her story changed, muddy, bloody, whatever, the point is she saw someone.
She says she saw somebody, but it might be the jury decided to remove her.
Right, because, well, you know, that was a very combative.
Testimony, yeah.
Yes, yes, that one was pretty wild. Hers and Brad Weber's. It's like, whoa, both of them.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, the thing is, though,
even if you discount most of it, she did see somebody, and that, I think, even if you discount everything else about it, she saw somebody. It's still.
Mm-hmm. And she did say that years ago. It wasn't like something that she just said.
Right.
You know, this is stuff they knew the whole time. And then after Kathy Shank finds this piece of information, the name led to the answer to every one of those questions. Isn't that amazing? Like every single one of them. There isn't somebody else that answered any of them. Richard Allen answered every single question that they had.
Yep.
And so that's it. And he already answered every single question by the end of the bridge, because if you go through the timeline, like I have a million different times, I don't know if you want to, like, we can actually do this thing where I go like this. You know, you've probably seen this one that I made, right? With the three girls right there,
Mm-hmm.
right? They're walking like this from the bridge at 12:43. And by the way, they were over here at the Freedom Bridge at 12:15. So when they walked this direction and made their way to the bridge at 12:43, they already cleared Richard Allen's second story. Because remember, he said he got there at 12 and left at 1:30. You know, when they brought him in, he said he got there at 12 and he left at 1:30, which is a lie. Okay, so these three girls, they're right there, and they walk all the way to the bench, right? And that's 1:26. And a minute later, you see the black vehicle of Richard Allen drive by, the black Ford Focus, park at the abandoned CPS building. He gets out. Then he passes the girls right where Doug Rice said, right there. And that's probably about 1:33-ish. Takes 11 minutes to walk to the bridge. And as he's walking there, those three girls go over State Road 25, and then there goes Betsy Blair and drives by the Hoosier Harvest Store, parks her car just as Richard Allen's reaching the bridge. And then she walks like this, and Richard Allen's right there. Betsy Blair turns around and passes Abby and Libby, who just got dropped off. So if I back it up, there's the white vehicle of Libby, or of Kelsey, dropping off Abby and Libby. They get out, and Betsy Blair's in front of them, turns around, and then passes them halfway back. Therefore, Abby and Libby, they have to run into Richard Allen at that point. And then Betsy Blair goes all the way to the Freedom Bridge, comes back, clears the entire trail, doesn't see Richard Allen again. That's because he had taken the girls down the hill right here and across over to the crime scene. See how that, there's no escape, but he's already bridge guy right here. Like as soon as Betsy Blair passes and sees Abby and Libby going, he's already bridge guy. And then the clothing on the video that Libby took matches exactly what Richard Allen said he was wearing. And he was standing on platform 1, which is exactly where Betsy Blair saw him standing. So there's no out for it. But I always wish the prosecution had this little video here, because when you see it, it just makes it really clear. I don't know. What do you think of that?
I agree on that, but I'm not the prosecutor.
Well, I told him, hey, if you guys do this again, I hope they don't have to. But I actually asked them.
Do this again.
Yeah.
Hey,
now Amber said, I just want to say, oh yeah, she already said that. Let me see. It was down here. There's somebody asked a question. Do you think by Libby hiding the camera indicated she was alarmed, but still trying to manage the threat at the point to avoid escalating it? Something like that.
I think so. I don't know if something happened. Something gave him the creeps, you know. And when he continued, Mike was right. I think she was going to come home and say, "Look, this creepy guy. He was following us or something." You know. I really believe that's what she was planning on doing, and I think they were just. She hid it. She had taken that. She didn't want him to see that she took it. And they were just waiting for him to get off the bridge so they could go back across. And you could tell in their voice that she was nervous.
Mm-hmm. So she just kind of, did she put it in her pocket or just kind of put it next to her side?
Now that I don't know.
It goes dark though, right? At some point.
It stops. I used to wonder if there was more. I used to tell Mike, that stopped awful quick. Or if they didn't show it all to us. So I didn't know for the longest time that we did see the thing.
But now that you watch it again, so he says down the hill, and what's going on the camera at that moment? Is it just like against her side so it's dark, or can you still see the ground? Or
it all happens so quick. Right after, it just stops.
It just stops, huh? It's like not too long after down the hill. Just
as soon as down the hill, it stops.
I wonder why I should turn that off right then.
I don't know.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. One person said, you're a class act. So much respect for you. That's awesome. And do you think Richard Allen kept track of the case over the years? I would imagine myself that I wouldn't be shocked if he watched some of our shows and,
He lived in Delphi. He would have to, he played pool, he was in the bar. People talk, people around town talked some. So I'm sure he talked about it. I had a couple of people that worked with him and came up to me later and apologized that they didn't put 2 and 2 together because of some of the things that he would say to them once in a while. And they said it just, I thought he was creepy, but I just never put 2 and 2 together. And they apologized that they did not. But
nobody, nobody knows.
None of us did. Although, people say, I probably went into CVS 3-4 times a year because CAT, their prescription is contracted. It's at Walmart. So, we always have to go to Lafayette for our prescriptions and stuff. So unless I needed a birthday card, a wedding card, or a graduation card, I really didn't go in there. So I wasn't in there. So and if I did, I'm usually on the run. So I probably, and who knows if he was even working when I was there,
So he didn't look familiar to you at all?
No.
And it's not even a lot of people in that town, but of course you're not going to run in. You kind of live far out. You're not in the city. Tara, Tara though kind of remembers, right?
Tara and them, they would, yes, they had seen him because they went to CVS for their meds, and they got 4 kids, so you're in there more often. And she said that she had seen him in there. She said, but I never even thought, Yeah,
I think she said she even developed the funeral photos with him or something, right?
Yeah, he waited on her and developed the photos that we used for her funeral and viewing.
Man, that's just crazy. I mean, think about that. Like, he's looking at that. That's insane. Hey, has Dan Doolin ever reached out to you?
He did come up to me after. I don't know if it was after the verdict. Sometime near the end of the trial, he did come up to me and say something. I don't even remember what it was now. There was there was,
I've come to the conclusion that people are a little too hard. I mean, I think he should have said something, like something should have clicked with him later. But if you look at it differently, Kathy Shank knew everything. She had seen every single tip that had come in, knew that these 3 girls had seen a guy. And so when she saw this, she was immediately able to go, whoa, there's a connection here, and then send it up the chain. When Doolin did it, I don't know if he had the luxury of knowing that there was 3 girls that saw a guy coming into the trails where he could have made the correlation, because he interviewed them, I think just 4 days after the girls were found. So I don't know if that would have been out there yet. What do you think?
No, I don't. Mike and I have had many discussions on that, and kind of mixed, and we're just going to let
Right,
it.
I'm the same. I am the same. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to find like a little bit of comfort for him, I guess, because I mean, my God, that's like, you know what I would have thought would have been amazing is if you had these crew. The day they put the image out of the bridge guy was the 15th, if you can believe that. Day after they were found, they got into the phone, got the video, got the still, put the still frame out there, and guess what? The very next day, that's when Richard Allen calls the tip line because that's exactly what it said in those articles. It said, or he didn't call the tip line, he went in, but it said, hey, we'd like to talk to this person. So the next day, he goes in, turns himself in, and says, hey, yeah, I was out there. Wouldn't it have been amazing if the command had given each of the people that are asking, answering phone calls or going out to meet these people the next week, the image themselves? So they have the image with them, because this is what would have happened. Let me just tell you this. If Dan Doolin told Richard Allen, hey, yeah, we know you were there, Richard. Here's a picture of you. We got a trail camera. It filmed you. And he'd go, oh, yeah, I was out there. Boom, you just put your hands behind your back. You're arrested. Because you already know that that's the guy that told the girls to go down the hill. But could you imagine if they had just had that? You just show them a picture and go, yeah, Richard, we know you're there. Here's a picture of you. And he would have agreed because that was him. He knows it was him. That's why he answered that one question. What did you make of that, by the way, when he said, no, that's not me. If the girl took that picture, it's not me. What'd you think of that?
Yeah, kind of told on himself there, didn't it?
Yeah, because what it really means is, yep, that's me, but I can't admit it's me because the girl took that picture. Yeah, that's what he's really saying. Let's see, what do we got here? We got where were you able to see Richard Allen in court, and if so, did you and he look at each other? That's a pretty good question. I hadn't even really thought of that one.
Oh yeah. Oh, we could see him, and he saw us, and he for a while he would just turn around and stare at us, and I mean it was kind of creepy. So I would, if he was looking at me, I didn't look away. But Susan Hendricks was with us one day, and she happened to sit with us, and he was turning around and staring and stuff. And she said, does he, this is creepy. Does he do this? Tara said, oh yeah, he does this all the time.
Oh, wow. So he just,
It so happened that she must have been on a podcast or something, and it must have come to the defense's attention, because the next day when he turned around, Baldwin made him stop.
so like a little kid, almost like a, right? You know, like almost a 4-year-old turning around on a chair or something like that. Is that
Well,
what
no, he would just sometimes, because we were over this side, so he would just kind of turn around and stare. Or if we come walking, if we had a break, he would be standing there. He would be standing there, and we'd have to walk past him to get to our seats. And sometimes he would stare. And
Wow, that's crazy. Jesus. Here's another one. Is it true that Richard Allen processed the? Yeah, we already said that. Did anyone in either families collect photos directly from Richard Allen? If so, what was his demeanor like? And then said, sending love from Australia. You got people in Australia sending you love. So what about? Yeah.
when he developed those pictures for Tara, I mean, she stood there and waited for them, and he gave them to her. And I don't know if it's CB policy or what, but he told her that there would be no charge for those photos because they were for a funeral. So,
yeah. Jesus, that's man, that is
one of the first, when it came out who he was and stuff, and when Tara saw his face, she said, "Oh my God, Mom." She said he developed the pictures for the funeral for me.
And but she didn't have any feeling at the time like he was some weirdo, right? Just,
well, my goodness, she was trying to keep herself. Oh shoot, I got a low battery thing here. I'm going to have to plug my phone in. You're going to have to give me a minute.
oh, that's okay. That's okay. We got just okay. Good. Go ahead. They got this little dog that runs around in there. Hey, it's working with the get the super chats with the questions. I can see them. Hey, thank you guys, everybody out there. Appreciate it. God, isn't that just nuts, you guys? That he's developing the pictures for the funeral right there while Tara is waiting for them. I mean, that's almost unbelievable. What are the odds of that he'd happen to be that guy? Yeah. Well, there you are.
Yeah.
Hey, well, I appreciate it. Yeah, so he's the one that actually handed her. She sat there and waited for him to develop. So these are digital images that you just print out right on the right. So, man, I can't imagine. That's got to be, if there's ever a made-for-TV movie moment, they're going to have to definitely put that in there. That's ridiculous, almost.
Yeah.
Let's see. Somebody else said, I have followed this since day one. Me too. I'm so sorry, Becky. You're a strong lady. Let's see. Oh yeah. Yeah. So during the trial, I guess, could you tell us more about, like, when the girls there's a footstep. Do you remember the footstep conversation? And did it make sense the way they were explaining it? Like the steps on Libby's phone. I don't know if you were paying like that close, like you're just really trying to digest it all, but it was like Libby's footsteps. And did they show it on a map and like where things would be when they were going over that?
No, what do you mean by footsteps?
Well, I guess it shows the steps, like on an iPhone, it tells you how many steps you're taking. And it said
no, it doesn't map. It's that something health.
Yeah.
Apple Health or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, it's just like a Fitbit. Yeah. Like your
Fitbit. But they didn't like try to map it out where it might be and stuff like that? Or it just talks about. No,
they did not map it. They did not map it out. I think they were doing more the time frame on it, because it's the time that this started and this happened, and so you could kind of see,
like, the height change part. Remember that part is like it changed 2 levels or something. Yeah. Where do they think that was? At the end of the bridge, or?
Yeah, they think that's when they went down the hill.
Okay, so it was down the hill. It
was at the time. It was right at the time when he took them.
Oh, interesting. So it was negative, like 2 stories downward. I guess it doesn't say that, though, does it? It doesn't say when you're doing it, like it's up or down. It doesn't
say up or down. It just says that there's a difference.
Oh, interesting. So do you think Kathy Allen? It sounds like she didn't actually know, but I bet you she had suspicions that her husband was that guy. What do you think?
I don't know. She could be in denial. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
when she went into the interrogation,
right.
It sounded, I mean, the way, when she said, but you said you weren't on the bridge that day. I mean, and he immediately started, and I wouldn't do that. I don't have to be. So if she did ever question him, I would say that would probably maybe, but I don't know.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That's the moment I was going to say, because it seems like my picturing is that she sees the bridge guy. Everybody's seen the bridge guy in that town and thinks, God, that looks like him. Yeah. But he never said he was on the bridge, so she was able to sort of justify it not being him in her mind. And then when they bring her into interrogation and he's actually on the bridge, she was like, whoa, you never told me that, because then I might have thought that was you. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I think that might be kind of showing that she was in denial, basically. Was that Mike in the back? Oh, go ahead.
I will tell you, probably, to me, the biggest moment, the biggest aha, whoa, my favorite, actually my favorite moment of the trial, the
Perry Mason moment.
Was,
The Perry Mason moment?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Was because the defense really thought they had the ace up their sleeve because one of the things I think in Baldwin's opening statement held up a phone and said, the phone's what's going to show you blah, 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 So the whole thing for them was the phone. And they brought on their expert, and they had run whatever this process is that reads the stuff in the phone. And they got some information that the prosecution hadn't gotten because they had run theirs previously, and this Apple, whatever it is, this program that reads deep into your phone. And that was the big thing, was it showed that at like 10 o'clock, Libby's phone was plugged into a phone jack, 5 o'clock or something. And then at 4 o'clock in the morning, it was unplugged. That was their big thing. Somebody physically, supposedly picked up her phone and plugged it in and then unplugged it. So they, wow. So, and I will say, when I was sitting there listening to this, I thought, oh, crap.
Yeah.
And didn't quite know what to think of that one. And it just so happened that after their witness was off, Judge Gall decided that we would take a 10-minute break. And so we go out for break, and we come back in, and Detective Cecil was the next one that the defense has subpoenaed. And so they pulled him back up there, or Nick called him back up or something. And he said, did you have a chance during break to look this up, what this was? And he said, yes, I did. And he said, it looks like that if it got wet or got dirt in it or something, that it could make it read that. That's what it could read. And Auger said, well, where did you get that information? He said, I Googled it.
They could have too, though, but
but I mean, it was it was like you had all this technical stuff going on, and then it was I Googled it. It was on AppleCare, and it's like
they're waiting for that to be their. Yeah, well, check this out. Check it out.
And I did listen to the defense attorneys. I did listen to theirs, and that was one of the things Auger said, that it was. She said when she finished her questioning, that she went back and sat down. She said, my knee was just shaken because I knew we had it. And she said he purposely subpoenaed him to be next so that they wouldn't have a chance to look anything up. She says, but you can't control trial. And lo and behold, we had a break. And he went out and he told it, but that's what you or I would do if we had a problem, and you would Google,
Well, look at this. I did that the other day. It actually brought this up with Holman. Watch this. Yes, a cell phone data can show that it is plugged into a jack due to water damage, even if no physical jack is inserted. And this indication can later disappear as the water dries out, making it appear as if the jack was removed. This is because the phone's internal sensors detect moisture in the charging port, interpreting it as a connection, which can then be registered as unplugged once the moisture evaporates. Isn't that amazing? It's like, there it is, like it's right in their face.
But but it was just one of those moments that it was such a simple answer to all this technical stuff that it was like, oh, you
Yeah,
know.
no, yeah, and it probably just made you just go. It wasn't really a Perry Mason moment. It was a, phew, we survived. They thought they had something, right? Yeah. Well, look at this one. You know that? Remember the Snapchat? How the Abby's image isn't on the phone,
Yes.
right? It isn't in the cache. Listen to this. Watch this. This is crazy. A Snapchat image might not appear in the cache because it was never saved there in the first place. One, that's the first one. Either due to image being deleted before it could be cached, the user having a setting to limit caching, or because the image was originally viewed as a live snap that is designed to disappear immediately after being viewed, meaning it doesn't get stored in cache at all. There's literally 4 answers as to why it's not in cache. So, I mean, like, that's where the prosecution probably could have looked that up too. Because remember when they were asked that, he goes,
Yeah.
"I don't know."
Yeah.
He goes, "I don't know."
Yeah, they didn't have an answer for that. It does show up on our phone though that there was an event, something happened at 2:07, and I don't know if it said Snapchat. I don't remember. I didn't take notes because
Oh,
if I
that's right. I remember that. I remember that. What was it? Turned off or something? Like it sleep mode or something, right? Wasn't it
well,
something like that? Like,
it did show that there was an event that something happened then. So the 2:07 shows it happened. They just can't figure out why it didn't save it or whatever. But it does show that something happened.
yeah, no, I can actually remember that something was going on at 2:07. It was something like the phone, the screen saver, something like that, right? Wasn't it like it
I
was
don't
locked? The screen was locked at 2:07, something like that.
so
Or yeah,
I didn't, like I said, I didn't take notes because if I'm taking notes, I'm not listening. I can't I
yeah,
can't I can't do both at once. So I decided unless there was something that was really that I wanted to ask a question to Nick or
yeah,
suggest something or something, and then I would hit Mike because he usually had no, he was over there.
yeah.
Forget
I think
which.
I just now remembered it was the thumb. It was something to do with the thumb identification on the phone. Something like it was trying to be swiped to be unlocked in the pocket or something like that. So something was going on. That could have been like right after she took the picture, then put it in her. I don't know if she put it in her pocket to keep walking. Who knows what was happening. But I think that's what was happening at 2:07. Did Kathy ever stare at you or interact? There you go. That was one of the questions.
Not that I'm aware of. It was a little awkward sometimes because we all had to share the same bathrooms, so we would be standing in line next to each other, to go to the bathroom. But, she wasn't the one on trial.
Well, at least you guys got to go to the bathroom and have a seat when you came back. I thought it was crazy how they treated everybody else, man. You go out for a second, oh, got to get back in line.
Yeah,
It was
we
wild.
did. We've, and I want to say this before I forget. I want to thank everybody that has supported us, that kept this story out there and did so much for our case. And you, Gray.
Oh,
I just want to thank all of you guys because you helped. I do not believe the police would have ever put it on the back burner. They were very invested in it themselves, but it doesn't hurt, to keep the pressure on them a little bit. And with everybody keeping it out there, it did just that.
oh
Um,
yeah. I mean, obviously there were times, where there's just nothing. We still do shows every once in a while just to, keep it going. But sometimes there was nothing. It was like 2019 was pretty big. And then it was the Anthony shots. That was huge. That was a big time in the case. I'm still holding out hope that there's somehow there's a connection there. Yeah, that's bizarre. But yeah, I mean, I think I actually really like you, and I like your whole everybody, Kelsey, Mike, yeah, every single person. I think you guys are awesome people. I've met you guys a couple times, like at CrimeCon, and and I went out there for the documentary, and you guys are just great people. So it really offends me the way when you're treated poorly out there. I really don't hold back. I just say whatever the hell I want back to those people. I know you've talked to me over the years about great. Well, yeah,
we've had those conversations, haven't we?
yeah. She goes, Gray, you just need to, be a little bit more. You guys say the same damn thing, all right? But I just, it's too hard.
Bedside manner.
Yeah. I'm not sure I would have been the greatest doctor in the world. I don't know. There's just certain things that piss me off. Once somebody said, acknowledging the grace the family had throughout the entire trial process, small spaces had to pass by people who treated them poorly for years. Yep. And then let's see. After that, there was your poise and grace inspire me, Becky. Look at that. How cool is that, huh? And then God bless you, Becky, and all the family members. Gray, thank you for being a voice of reason. Well, that's one thing I can say I've been doing over these years is trying to keep the factual elements. And by the way, people make these stories up that you and I sort of secretly developed a timeline to fit a narrative that you guys wanted out there, and it's just totally bogus. Are you still there? Looks like you froze up. Oh yeah, I just remember communicating with you early on and trying to get the information so that I could accurately put together a timeline. And we worked on that together. There's some stuff was off, obviously, because looks like your camera froze a little bit, but because remember early on it was like the girls were dropped off at 1:37, but it was actually 1:49. That was based on the phone information, but it's like it's just the way it is. Sometimes pieces of information change.
It does. And we remember things later. Just like, there people really come down because I'm the one that gave the description of Libby that day. And when she was sitting in my office, she had on sweats, I know what she had on then. And when she ran in the house, when she left and said goodbye, I turned around and talked to her, but she was standing and there's a desk between us. I didn't see that she had changed into jeans.
Yeah.
So when I gave her description that day, I said sweats. Now I will say, when I was doing laundry, when I was up finally picking up some stuff in her room and doing laundry, I came across a pair of gray sweats, and I thought, I thought she was, because I didn't know any different at that time. Well, she must have two pairs of these. It didn't even hit me yet that she had changed. So.
Yeah, but here's the thing here's what sucks is why do you even have to explain what you're explaining? Like you thought that she was wearing sweatpants, but they were jeans. Who cares? It's like,
it did change the outcome.
No.
And nobody ever saw her to call the police and say we saw somebody wearing that. So did I make it, did it make a difference? No. Did I mess up? Well, I guess I did. I didn't find out until the police ended up telling me. Just like I didn't know she had a sweatshirt for a long time. I didn't realize that she had taken one from Kelsey's car. And then there's people saying, look, she had that sweatshirt on before. Libby or Kelsey said it was a new sweatshirt. It was a new sweatshirt. Do you know how many swim sweatshirts we have? Every year they got a new one. I've got pairs of sweatpants that says swimming on them in my closet right now. They got one every year. So
yeah, and then also Abby's shirt was also one of Kelsey's too, right? That little sweatshirt that she had on, the gray or whatever color. Right. And so that explains the hair, but it doesn't matter to people out there. They think because there was a bulb, the root on the hair, then somehow there was this big battle and Kelsey dropped them off, but then turned around and sprinted back somehow undetected by anybody and made her way to the crime scene. It's just these people. I don't know. There needs to be like an IQ test for true crime just to have more logical people covering it, maybe, that use common sense. You don't have to agree to that at all, because I'm doing exactly that same thing again. Yeah, you guys should see, like, Gray. Yeah, it's just funny. I mean, I think it was like, I remember like 5 years ago, just talking to you one time, and you were just, Gray, you gotta, how it's just say that. You were like the true crime mom or somebody telling me how to be nicer. But there are times where I'm a little nicer, but I gotta admit, I haven't quite made it all the way to that place yet. Let's see, what else, you guys? Anything? Tara German, I've been silent. Kelsey kept my private. I don't know what that means. Yeah. So is there anything else at the, just like the trial was the big thing. You wait all those years to get there. What are the things in the trial that you were just like, whoa, that's some new information that you hadn't known? I mean, a lot of it was stuff you didn't know, but the bigger thing that you would just kind of go, wow, that was crazy.
Well, we all knew that there were confessions. So getting to hear them was interesting.
Yeah. When you heard some of them, did it sound like he was just totally normal? Because I've heard that people say that, yeah, he sounded like he was just, I did this,
There was one of the last ones they showed us, or we listened to. He was talking to his mom, and he was carrying on a conversation, asking how so-and-so was and different things, I mean, it was just a normal conversation. And then in the middle of the conversation was when he said, but mom, I did it, And she kept saying, no, you didn't. They're messing with your mind and stuff. And he said, Mom, why would I say I did it if I didn't? So he carried on an absolute conversation.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It was, I would not have at that point in time thought, anyway, was he psychotic? But
I think he was trying to get what he really wanted. I think he wanted to confess. He became religious. He wanted to confess. He wanted to unburden himself. And he wanted to know that they would still love him, even if they knew that he did it. But his wife never would give him that answer. She would always say, I love you, but you didn't do this. And he go, I did. And then she go, oh, you didn't do it. You didn't do it. And it was finally like the mother at one point he said, would you still love me even if you knew that I did this? And the mother said, I would still love you. Okay, so that's what he wanted to hear, but it still didn't end up being where it ended everything and he confessed the correct way. I mean, I don't even know, how come it didn't turn out where he writes a confession, he confessed 60 times. Why wasn't the case over a long time ago? It's bizarre to me. His attorneys, maybe, or
I don't know.
Do you think his attorneys just wanted to do the trial, so convinced him? I mean, could you imagine somebody that confessed that many times and you're just going to go, forget it, Richard. We think we can get you off here. Let's go. And
you know what? Let me tell you. I've been doing a lot of thinking on this, and I've come to this conclusion, and I know defense attorneys have a job to do, right? I always thought it was to get the best deal they could for their clients, but I have decided they don't care if they're guilty or innocent. It's almost like a chess game to them. They just want to win. They don't care. They don't care.
I totally agree. 100%.
So they just want to, just like the defense are saying, well, the prosecution did this wrong. They did this wrong. They're just looking for a technicality.
Exactly. That's what I keep saying. They're looking for this little minute thing to get a killer free.
So I don't think that they care whether he's guilty or not. And and when I sit here, and I'm not talking about just us, I this is the way I think it is in the world. And the ones that pay are the victims. They're over here. They're forgotten about because now it's all about the perpetrator's rights. It's all his rights, all his, nobody's worrying about the rights that the victim had when whoever took it away from them, So, yeah, there's something wrong. There's something wrong with that. I guess I always thought that if a person was guilty and the lawyer knew it, let's just get the best deal we can, right?
Mm-hmm. No, I totally agree. I think that's exactly what they do, because whenever you listen to them talk, even on these shows, they never address the huge elements of the case, the ones that literally show that Richard Allen is bridge guy. They go over to these little side things and go, hey, this guy did this tape's missing, this guy said this. They're still talking about the Odinist stuff and everything like that. And the thing is they think that they have the ability to free Richard Allen, so they're not going to give up until they free him. But I guarantee you, they have to know that he's the killer because of all the confessions. Every element of it shows that it's him. He came forward. He was there. He described himself being there exactly when he was there. He described his clothing exactly what the bridge guy is. He admitted being there with information that only the killer would know. And they're still trying for these little side technicalities, just like you said.
Yes. And so I guess I lost a little bit of faith in not our justice system, but just maybe kind of how it works when I realized that this is really what happens.
Yeah.
It's not about truth. It's not about the truth coming out. It's about winning the case.
Yeah. And, sadly, there's been times where prosecutors have done the same thing. That's why innocent people have been released. But I think in general, the defense teams are the ones that usually are trying to find this little sort of niche to get their client off. You would hope that in general, prosecutors, like way more than not, are being, just using the facts, going straight at it, etc. But those few cases that are out there kind of make people sort of almost look for the other side sometimes, like the defense team. I don't know how anybody's defending Richard Allen at this point, but you see it's way bigger, a community of people. I mean, are you seeing that online? It's amazing. It's huge.
I think it's, I'm not even going to go there right now. We have waited almost 8 years for justice for Abby and Libby. And, some of these same people used to badmouth law enforcement because they didn't have the killer. They hadn't arrested anybody. They finally get somebody, and now they want to free him. And it's like, it's a no-win situation. It doesn't matter what law enforcement does. It's not right, So no, I feel that our justice system worked. He was tried. He was convicted by a jury of his peers. And I did listen to that juror, and I feel that they did very good deliberation. And even some of the things that the defense wanted kicked out, they themselves discredited and still convicted him. Even without the ballistics and Sarah Carball, they still convicted him.
Yeah.
So it tells me, and to me, it's a no-brainer if you just use your common sense on what happened on the trails.
That's exactly right. Common sense tells you that Richard Allen is the person. And the thing is the probable cause document for me was it already locked him in. That's why I would always tell people, you guys, if this all is true, and it actually got worse for him at trial, but if all of this is true, then Richard Allen is the bridge guy. There is no doubt about it. And then people would go, Gray, it's innocent until proven guilty, and they get really angry. And I'd say, well, yeah, you probably thought the same thing in the OJ case, right? But then now he was proven guilty, and 12 jurors voted guilty. And now they're all saying he was screwed, he was robbed, and all this stuff.
Well, one of the things the defense is saying, not a one of those witnesses sat up there and pointed at Richard Allen and said, he's the guy that we saw. Well, that's not what the prosecution was trying to prove.
No.
Instead, in the beginning, I am going to prove that Richard Allen is bridge guy.
Oh, that's it.
And with the bridge guy had to be the killer. So Richard Allen has to be the killer. He never once said that he was going to put a witness up there and say that Richard Allen was the person they saw. He already told him that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he proved. He proved that Richard Allen was bridge guy. And that's why, again, Sarah Carba doesn't even really matter that much. The bullet doesn't matter that much, because he is Richard Allen. Richard Allen is bridge guy at the point of Libby's video. Right at that point, he's been locked in. He has no out, and it is him. And so, it's funny because I made a video about a year and a half, right when the probable cause came out, about a month later. You know what the video title was? Richard Allen is bridge guy. That's what the name of the video was, right? And it went right through the timeline, and boom, boom, boom. It's him. Didn't even talk about the bullet. Didn't talk about Sarah Carba. Didn't bring up any of that. And there he is. And guess what? That's exactly how the jury even looked at it. Just like that.
That is how they did it. So.
Yeah, there was another, somebody said, did you think that there was two. Were you surprised by the arrest of Richard Allen, number one? And did you think Anthony Schott's account and Keegan Kline were likely involved at, probably at that time? What did you think?
I think we all did at the time. I mean,
yeah.
I knew that the police were heavily investigating them. But, I didn't hold my breath because they investigated others, but they did put a lot of time into them. When nothing came about, and asked for Richard Allen. Yeah, we were
surprised. I remember
totally taken off. That came out of left field. That came out of nowhere. We had gone
totally. We're still searching the Wabash River. Remember, like they were looking at the Wabash River for just before that, and then I guess the tip came in a week before the end of searching the Wabash River. But then I think it was the 13th of October, they said, no, it wasn't even then. It was the 26th where they arrested him, right? Something like that.
Something like that. I know that we had gone on fall break and we came home. We got home on Saturday, and I think they called us maybe Monday and then asked us to come in. They wanted to talk to us like on Wednesday, and then they were going to officially do his hearing or something like on Friday. They wouldn't tell us who it was or anything. They just said, we have somebody in custody and we're going to blah, 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 So.
What did you think of at trial when they said, when Richard Allen's confession to Dr. Walla involved him going to his mother's house in Peru? I mean, and then and then Keegan Kline lives there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Man, it just makes you there's so many things that make you think that somehow Richard Allen knew that the girls were going to be there that day because of the Anthony Schott's account, but how he found out might be why law enforcement has never been able to prove that they knew, that he knew,
and that could be that could, we may never know,
We might not. But here's the thing: I guess what after the appeals are finished with Richard Allen, I think that's where, if there is somebody else involved, where he could negotiate some better prison situation, something like that. Because right now he has no leverage whatsoever. Even before trial, he had no leverage because, even if he is just the guy that took the girls down the hill and brought him to the crime scene, it's still felony murder. He get the same exact charge.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, but also, if there was somebody else that did the killing, wouldn't he? I guess he could have said, "Hey, I wasn't the one," and maybe cut a deal where he got a lesser sentence. So I guess that's sort of, well, but that would admit that. So they wanted to go for a not guilty verdict. You know what I mean? That's what they were going for because, what does he have to lose? He's still going to get like life in prison, even if he's just the kidnapper who brought him to these other Odinists that were over at the scene, right?
Mm-hmm. Mike made a good point the other day. We were talking, and of course the defense is saying, Richard Allen is a small guy. There's no way he could drag Libby around or something. And Mike said he was military. He was in National Guard. They train you.
Oh yeah, geez, I hadn't even really thought about that.
Yes, he would have been trained to do something like that.
And guess what? See, that's another thing I was talking to Holman about. See, that's why that document was so ludicrous about one single solitary man acting alone with dexterity. I don't know if you ever saw my video that I made with Mr. Rogers. I used Mr. Rogers putting a sweater on and using the same verbiage they were using, and how difficult it was for Mr. Rogers to put a sweater on and so forth. But here's the thing: when you have a gun, you can get people to do things, right? Like you can get people to undress with the gun. You can get people to dress with a gun. The only physical exertion he would have had to use would be moving Libby's body, 20 feet, 30 feet, something like that. That's it.
Well, and the blood guy, was that Cicero?
That's a tree, yeah.
The blood spatter guy said that Abby was killed where she was, and the way the blood was in the sweatshirt, she had it on when she was killed.
So there you go. Yeah.
Dressed. Somebody did not dress her.
Right, exactly. And that's what I've been telling people forever. I believe basically, I came up with, remember when the crime scene photo was released, right? I saw it, okay? The thing is the way Abby's hands were kind of tucked up like this. I don't know if you can see me right now, but they were kind of like this. It shows that she was alive, and she kind of curled up the end of the sweatshirt in her hands. So she must have been alive when she was killed. And that's what it turns out. And even Holman said, yes, that's how it was. So that means at gunpoint, he could have just had her dress or allowed her to dress and say, go ahead and get dressed. And maybe he changed his mind. Maybe he was going to let her live or something, but changed his mind. But, either way, having the gun made it sort of easy, the whole thing, right?
Yeah, those girls were scared to death.
Yeah. And they would just do anything he was saying because he had a gun, and they're going to do it. And I don't know, how it went. Where was Abby when, something happened to Libby? It's just, the whole thing is disturbing as hell, but they make it sound like it was so difficult. How could one guy do this? And like you said, he was in the military. They have to know how to do that stuff. And also he is, he had a gun. So there you go. It's really kind of easy.
Yeah. Yes, I agree. There was, there was a lot. One person could do it.
Yeah, and there's other cases too where one person does something just as much easily. That's not even, I don't know. It's one of those things that they try to make a big deal about, but there was nothing to make a big deal about. It's not crazy that one person could do that. And let's see what else. I know you've been on here a long time already.
Yeah, it's past my bedtime.
Yeah, and your camera's kind of offset, but I wanted to say I really appreciate you coming on. Maybe we can do it again someday after, you know, after everything, after all the appeals and everything, we can just go, okay, let's all, you know, celebrate one last time, something like that. But I want to thank you for your, you know, just being like a friend over the years and communicating and just, you know, I try to keep the case alive for you guys. We try to gave my channel and all the freaks that we've given a ton of money to the ballpark, and we'll just keep doing that over the years. So what do you think of that?
We appreciate you. We really do. We appreciate all of you guys and what everybody has done.
Yeah, like Frank Meister was in the chat and Fig Sauls was in there, so I'm sure you're talking to them too. So very cool.
Well, Frank is my savior. He sends me all the documents. I have no how to get those things, and every time something comes out, he sends it to me. I don't know.
He sends it to me now too.
To what?
No, he sends them to me now too, because you told me that he has them, so now he sends them to me.
He's awesome. He's awesome.
Yeah, gotta like Frank Meister. All right. Well, thanks, Becky, very much for coming on, and I guess we'll talk to you soon, probably one of these days coming up. Maybe not tomorrow, but you know, coming up.
You bet.
Okay. Have a good one.
Bye.
See you later. Bye. All right. Wow, that was crazy. Hope you guys found that interesting. Yeah, we decided we were just going to have like a conversational. You know, we weren't going to make it a structure, so I was kind of hoping you guys would jump in there with some, you know, some different extra questions, etc. So, what do you guys think? Do you guys find that interesting? Yeah, I thought it was great. I mean, the part about when she described the video, that was really like, whoa, you know, like she really went through it. You know, it really had extra feelings. I'm not sure if I'm even wording it right, but hey, you guys, what happened to my coffees? I only got 2 coffees tonight. Come on. And currently we are, what is it? 50 something short of the goal. So see if we can do that. And after we get to the $50 more, I'll send 5 memberships. All right. But we have 0 new memberships tonight, you guys. It would have been a great night because we have 564 people watching for you guys to buy memberships for some of these people that are in here. Hey, thanks, kitty cat. It's just these link right here. It's you just get a coffee. YouTube doesn't get as much out of those. It's just see that thing at the top right hand corner. If you scan that in, it's also one of the links right underneath the description. It's in there. But anyways, I want to thank Becky for coming on. Be cool to talk to Mike at some point. Maybe I can hook something like that up. The one person that I would love to talk to someday, though, would be Derek. You know, I don't think he's ever going to do that. He might somewhere, maybe on a documentary or something. But... Well, thanks, Patricia Wilkie, that you like the show. Yeah, I thought I'd make it kind of a secret who was coming on. People probably figured out who was coming on. There you go. Quizzy Cow gifted a membership. All right, so how about we get 10 memberships gifted, and then I'll gift 5 as well. All right, because that'll equal the same thing. Yeah, we got to the... Didn't we give the target? Yeah, we got to the 2020. That gives the extra hour for me to be on the show. And I don't know if you got the, was there anything that was the confetti floating around or anything like that? Hey, there we go. We got 2 now, 2 gifted memberships. And then Karen, hi, wow, thank you so much. Richard Allen's guilty. He wanted to do what he did, and therefore he did. We believe if it wasn't for Abby and Libby, it would be another female or females. Yeah, definitely could have been. Black soul and heartless coward for what he did. Yeah. I don't think there's any chance that Richard Allen. I mean, that's the thing is, Richard Allen is a bridge guy, you guys. I was a little bit, like 9-3, the jury voted first, and then 8-4. That was made me a little nervous. I mean, just listening to the way that was, because it's like, man, how could you guys? But when you just work through the timeline, there is no doubt. See, that's what I'm saying. These guys sat down, and when they finally went through the timeline, and Ray Lee Voorhees saw him, and he saw them. That's what she said, anyways. Yep. So we need 8 more channel memberships or 40 in super chats, and then I'll gift 5. Yep, he was unanimously convicted. 100%. Russian blue is not very exciting. Come on, you guys, you can do it. There are 2 main opportunities beyond Richard Allen's control: the victims crossing the bridge and nobody being around when Richard Allen corners. Well, he just got lucky. I always tell people that no matter how you look at it, Richard Allen got lucky. Even if he was there intentionally to assault them, it still turns out where there was nobody there at the time the girls went across the bridge. Okay, there was nobody there. That he knew that. He was watching. He was there, quote, looking at fish, and he was standing there for 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes before the girls got there. Even more than that, like 12, 13 minutes. And so he knew nobody was across the bridge, and he saw Betsy Blair come and turn around, and she was walking away. And then here comes Abby and Libby. And then he walked down the trail, in my opinion, to watch to see if Abby and Libby, where they were going, and then to see if anybody was coming back. And when he saw nobody was coming back from the parking area and that Abby and Libby were crossing the trail, he started crossing the bridge. He slowly started following them, and he makes his way to the bridge, and then he's still looking and watching. He's still off in the distance in Abby's photo. He's still down the trail a little bit. And then it's sometime after that, when he sees that they're still walking across, he makes his move. And the girls remember him because they passed him before going onto the bridge. Ding, 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 ding. All right, there we go. There's Jenny Bunny. All right, we are at, we need, let's see, 30 more. We need either 6 super chats, 6 memberships or 30 in super chats. Do you think he knew that day that the girls are going to be there at the bridge? Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's what we always talk about. I think, but you got to admit, it's pretty interesting that in my interview with Holman, and I know that Frank Meister was supposed to be, because I even talked to Holman. I said, hey, yeah, you're going to be doing Frank Meister too. And he said, yeah. And then we both said that Frank Meister's a cool dude. Okay. Yeah, I don't think he even knows your real name. I told him your name, and he goes, who's... That's exactly how I was too, though. But anyways, apparently you just got to wait. I got lucky, snuck mine in. I've communicated with him, Holman, I don't know, just over the years for various reasons, from the case for, I don't know, 6 years, maybe 7, something like that. He's never given me any information on the case, though. Nothing like, the only time he ever said anything was really just kind of clearing something. It was during the investigation into the leak of the photo. I said, come on, you guys have to think Keegan Kline. And he goes, nah, we have never been able to make a connection. That's it. That's all I ever knew. He never told me anything. It was me telling him stuff that I found out. And he would just respond with one-word answers. He'd go, thanks. Yes, no, that. Hey, thanks, Sublime. Rishisher. And thanks, Michelle. Okay, so now we're at, we need 25 more, either in memberships or super chats. I think he knew they were going to be there, and right. Well, here's what my, like, if I had a gut instinct in the Delphi case is that Richard Allen knew Abby and Libby were going to be there that day, and found out about it somehow through the Anthony Shots profile in a way that's not traceable. Meaning somebody else says, hey, hey, these girls are going to be there. And he found out about it and he goes there. And so it's analog. There is no digital footprint of it. And he was there. Because here's the thing, what was interesting in the Holman interview is he's like, yeah, I mean, there's indications that the girls were going to meet. They wanted to meet up with Anthony Shots at the bridge that day. It was something similar to that, right? Did you guys hear that? So what do you think of that? What do you think of that? Isn't that crazy? Oh, that's right. We forgot to ask Becky when our next paychecks are coming, because apparently me and Fig Solves are on their payroll. Okay. We never talked about the 401k plan or insurance policies, but eventually one of these days. Yeah. And he said he thought the girls were 18. Who? Come on, you guys. We got to get the other 25, and then I'll give 5 memberships away to people out there. And that way we'll also reach the goal. All right? We can do it. Was there evidence that he had seen them at the bridge previously? No, there's no evidence of that. That would have made it to trial if there was. Hey, look at that. Megan Zone. It's almost like Megazoid. You should have signed up for the Megazoid Megazone. It would have been perfect. Megan Zone, the Megazoid. Overheard, Keegan Climb. Yeah, but here's the thing. Regardless, if they knew that my original theory back when I first started doing this case, believe it or not, it really hasn't changed much at all for people that have watched the show. My original theory was this. Watch this. My original theory was that the girls came to the bridge and let me make my picture smaller again. And there was that maybe he sat on this bench right here, and then he followed the girls over here, and then he watched from back here as the girls crossed the creek, the bridge here, and then he waited and watched, and he knew nobody was ahead. Remember how I said it? He knew that there was nobody ahead of him, and he knew there was nobody behind him. And then he followed them across over here, and then he had them go down the hill, and then he takes them across the creek. But I'd always say he tried to assault them here first, but maybe one of them made a run for it or whatever, and then he took them across and then brought them over to this area. And, we didn't know what else happened at the crime scene or anything. But I thought that the person was there as he was just hunting for a victim, just like a killer waiting for an opportunity. And so the thing is the way Richard Allen was lucky is 2 different things. Okay, hey, thanks, Vicky. So now we need 4 more, you guys. 4 more. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Megan's on? Yeah, she's been on my show over the years, like twice before, I think. Yeah, so the luck element is involved no matter what, right? Because everybody agrees this too, that even if Richard Allen went there because he knew Abby and Libby were going to be there, he still got incredibly lucky that there was nobody else already on the bridge or walking across it. And you know how people are out there. It's a little bit later, we had Cheyenne and her friends walking across that bridge. So everybody agrees that he was incredibly lucky in that situation. However, you can make an argument that it's more likely that somebody hunting for a victim, you're not actually lucky, you're just choosing that time. Like you're literally looking, waiting and watching, seeing that there's nobody ahead of him and go, okay, these are victims I can go for. And he goes for it and he takes them down. And there might have been other times he was out there where he didn't make the same decision. You know what I mean? So that's the thing, is it's actually more like a hunter, a serial killer like person that's sitting there waiting for a victim has a better shot than somebody going there looking for two specific victims and getting lucky. In his case, he didn't actually get lucky. He just, it's lucky also, but it's also a decision. He goes, up, today isn't my day. But if Abby and Libby were his targets and he goes out there, man, that's incredibly lucky, right? Because a window opened up right when his targets were there. Okay, so that's amazingly lucky, where the other situation where you're a hunter, it isn't really lucky. You're just, that wasn't the one you were picking that day. See what I'm saying? Hey, where's Tara? Hey, Tara, why don't you come on? Is she in there? She said she would come on after the... come on, Tara, you can do it. You still there, Tara? I think I saw her earlier. There she is. I've got to know that Delphi Dummies is... Yeah, Delphi Dummies is fun. I made it on there once. Yeah, the whole time of death thing. People are going, hey, we don't... they can time it to the pancakes they ate in the morning. Well, all they said is he made pancakes. Do we know that they ate them? And I don't know. The science in terms of food is pretty accurate in the stomach. How much it's been decomposed or not digested is what I meant. All right, look at this. Okay, now we need $10 more, you guys. So $10 more, either in a super chat or 2 channel memberships, and then I'll donate 5. We're getting close. Thanks, Julia Burns. Good to see you, Julia Burns. She had a good phone call the other night on here. You guys, anybody want to call in? I can put let's get the link in here. I'll pin it to the... I don't know if you guys want to come. You want to come on, Fig Solves and Frank? Well, oh, Jesus, what did I just do? Oh. That'd be kind of fun. You guys come on for a minute or a while, Doesn't have to be a minute. But come on, you guys, let's do it. 10 more. And we got the 5 memberships. So how about Tara, you come on and we'll get Frank and we'll get Fig Solves and everybody. You just come on up. I know, you guys. It seems like it'd be easy, Alley Cake. How long have we been on here now? All right, so this is my extra hour here for reaching the 20 for 20 goal up there. Well, look at that. Crimezilla. Boom, chakalaka. All right, here we go. Let me get the membership gifting, and there 5. And Crimezilla said, long time no see. There you go. Look at KR, Cyrus, Betsy Ross, Samantha, and CEK 66, whatever the heck that means. There you go. See you coming on, Frank? I know it's kind of late over there, but maybe Fig Solves. You guys probably have to run over and get your mics and everything set up, right? Well, anyways, I hope you guys liked the interview. It was just more of a conversation. I thought we got some pretty, she started getting more, she was probably pretty tired, but then I think she got into a groove there. Unfortunately, the camera kind of broke out a little bit. You can't get coffee or super chats to work. Jeez. Well, the coffee is just a link that goes somewhere else. How about super thanks? Try that one, Aussie Trisha. Or not the super thanks. The what do you call that? The what are those sticker? Try one of the stickers. Maybe that'll work. Had a long conversation about 3 years ago. Advisor, all the answers would be in Libby's phone. Yeah, I mean, well, I think we all said that the video itself, and then you also got the steps and everything like that. I wonder if there was other information in there. I guess there is the other stuff about the conversations, maybe with Anthony Schatz, all that shit. Yeah. Hey, who's this trial junkie person? They're not a trial junkie. They're a troll junkie. Did anybody actually identify Libby and Abby on the bridge? Get the hell out of here. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this person permanently. Bye-bye. Oh, Jesus. That person's just every show, one after the other. They're just one of the lackeys that hang out with, the Richard Allen is Innocent crew. Yeah, they're one of the photoshopped in types, right? Hey, Frank, come on here. Come on in. The link's at the top of the... Wait, come on in. Come. The link's at the top up there, you guys. Also, thank you for the coffees to... we had one from... We had Toxic Tink, Karen, and Paulette, and someone. Doesn't have a name. Right. You guys aren't going to come on? Fig Solves and Frank? Just for a little bit? You can chill out. We're like the only three, literal... Well, there's a couple more of it that were like, Richard Allen did this, you guys. And I don't know if you guys saw this, but I showed this yesterday. See this red outline? It's inside of this red outline where the case was made. Okay? The crime scene really, there's almost no relevance, and there's no relevance to Sarah Carbaugh. It's right here. This little outline. Inside of that is where Richard Allen was proven to be bridge guy. There is no other option. I'm not really buddies with her, Julia. I'm not. She's not. She doesn't really. I'm just saying. I've talked to like Kelsey, and there's a whole bunch of stuff going on there. I'm not interested in her opinion. She's one of the conspiracy ones. We stick with facts here. I'm not disrespecting the family. Nothing proved it was Richard Allen. Yeah, everything proved it was Richard Allen. Bobble Sparkle. See, that just means your brain doesn't work correctly. Yeah. I mean, that's just the truth. It means your brain doesn't work correctly. And usually when somebody says, I'm not disrespecting the family, nothing proved it was Richard Allen. Why don't want other opinions other than yourself? Well, here's the thing is you're incorrect. All right. And, you know, just look at your name, Bobble Sparkle. Are we supposed to believe in you? How many scarecrows are there? I don't know. Yeah. When you say nothing proved it was Richard, was only Richard Allen. Okay. Well, let's just say nothing proved it was only Richard Allen in your own mind. But you're at least admitting that he was there, right? That he was part of it, because you said, you didn't say that it wasn't him. You said nothing proved it was only Richard Allen. All right. So at least they got one of the right guys, right? You admit that, right, Bobble? Yeah, Stephanie. And guess what? If you've been watching this channel for the last 2 years minimum, I've said on almost every show, I've gone over the timeline, and I almost never bring up the bullet. And I say Richard Allen is bridge guy without having to bring up the bullet. And then I say, and then Sarah Carbaugh, but I don't care about Sarah. I would say that so many times, it's almost unbelievable. If we've heard the other opinions and disagree, what's not to get? Right. And guess what, everybody? Richard Allen was arrested for the murders of Abby and Libby. And guess what? After trial, he was found guilty by 12 jurors. Okay? So he was determined to be the killer. All right? So don't you find it a little disturbing that you're out there defending a double child killer? It's a little weird. I got to be honest with you. A little strange. Hey, Karen. Come on, you always use that excuse. You know I'm on the show every single night, right? Yeah, I interviewed Becky, Patty. Karen, you missed it. For a couple hours even. Hey, Frank Meister, Fig Solves, are you guys coming on here? Just type yes or no in the chat. Then I can remove it off of the pinned post. Or anybody. How about anybody if you want to? You can come on and tell me what you thought of that. Any of your thoughts that you might have. Right. And that's what Amber said, right? That's the truth right there. It's right here. It's not about opinion. It's about the facts being the facts. That Purdue professor was pissed his statement was taken out of context. I could go on and on about half-truths after... Oh, is there more on there? Oh, I guess that was it. After. Normally your show doesn't start till now. No, it doesn't. My show normally starts at like 6 to 6:37, something like that. I guess not. The hell? Never said there was a busload of killers. Right, but you guys all believe in there's a pack of wild Odinists there, right? Gosh, how could Richard Allen do it? He didn't even leave his DNA there. Oh, you're right, but how did a pack of wild Odinists not leave any DNA either? Oh, that's a good point, Gray. Wow, a pack of them didn't leave it. Yeah. No thanks. Every single thing that the defense team brings up has an answer for. They just try to oversell how dramatically important it is. Right. No, it doesn't normally start at 8 my time. You gotta be kidding me. You're ridiculous, Cindy. That's a complete bullshit. That would be 11 o'clock your time or midnight. I almost never have shows start that late. Every once in a while, sure. Okay, but you're saying like you're talking to me. You got to tag the person. The new thing, okay, I see what you're saying now. I don't know where she lives, though, so I wouldn't know. I don't know what. Oh, there's Frank. He came on. There he is.
What's going on, man?
Frank Meister.
What's going on with you?
Oh, not much. So you were there most of that interview, I think, or a lot of it, anyways.
What's that?
That was pretty cool having Becky on and all, listening to her what she was saying. I mean, you saw her the whole time you were at the trial, but
you know. Yeah, basically everything she said is what I would have said too. You know, because there was a lot of things that we learned and we heard. You know, and she said the one of the wow moments for me was when Dr. Cord was on the stand and he was going over the autopsy photos and everything, and he said it bugged him for months after the autopsy on what kind of weapon could have did this to the girls.
Yeah.
And he said he went home, got in his garage, started pulling out tools, knives, and all that. And he said all of a sudden he came across a box cutter. Mm-hmm. And that was the awe moment for me in the trial, because Richard Allen had said he'd killed him with a box cutter and threw him away at the CVS.
Yeah, but I remember that. But that actually bugged me a little bit, because he came out, the confession with the box cutter was inconveniently for the prosecution, came out before he came up with that, right? So it's like Richard Allen said in a confession, yeah, I use a box cutter. And then after that, this guy said, oh, I was sitting around and, you know, because I would easily be able to throw something like that out, because in my mind, I'm like, okay, so he was told by the prosecutors that Richard Allen said he used a box cutter. And now he comes up with this story that in the middle of the night, he was like, oh my God, it kept me up late. The way he should have said, what would really have worked and people would trust it? If he'd said, hey, you guys, I was free. And I believe this part of the story, that for years, he wasn't able to determine what it was. It always kept him up at night. But then we heard in a confession that Richard Allen used a box cutter. And I went, whoa, let me go check. And boom, it matched perfectly. Wouldn't that have sounded that would have sounded better like that, right?
Right. And that's when Rosie really got pissed off at Dr. Core. He said, you wait until you get in here to tell us that? I'm like, well, dude, Jesus, Rosie, Richard Allen had already said that he used a box cutter. I mean, what the hell? You know, there's Mr. Fig.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it which window to use. I think that one's good right there. Fig Sauls, what's going on?
Up? Yeah, the three amigos, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, it's cool you had Becky on.
Yeah. I'm not sure, you know, where I was in the order. She's probably been on other places already, but it was cool to here. You know,
I
have
don't
her
think
on.
she's been interviewed yet. I think you're the first one, Gray.
Well, there you go. Wow, I was first
So,
one.
Because when I spoke to her at the presser, she told me, "Yeah, I'll do it. We'll do an interview, but just give us a little bit of time, you know, because of course they needed time to absorb everything that's happened, you know, and then go through the presser. They needed some time to themselves and everything." I said, "That's no problem with that at all. Just take as much time as you need, and we'll get together and we'll do an interview."
Yeah, she said to
So,
me, like after the first of the year, you know, they just want to take some time off, and then we talked, and then I was going to do it like 4 or 5 days ago, but then she said, I want to listen to all of these attorneys, you know, that show, Bob Mata's.
yeah.
She wanted to hear all those first. I guess I could have asked about that, but that gets, you know, it's hard to even have a conversation about that crap because it just goes on and on. You ever listen to those guys and there's never anything brought up of the key things, right? Have you watched any listen to that, Fig?
yeah, like here's his alibi. If we only had the cell phone data, it would show that he was at his house connected to Wi-Fi on this website. But
Yeah,
never any of that, right?
Yeah, like, well,
It's
yes. His alibi is if we had his cell phone, this is what it would have said. Well, he threw it away. Okay. Yeah.
They want to talk about a cell phone jack for some headphones that, it didn't even happen.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was listening. Somebody sent me a clip or a timestamp to listen to Mata and OJ. So I went to that timestamp and I listened to it, and I said, "You've got to be kidding me." She flat out said that somebody else was messing with the phone when it came to plugging into the port for a headset or whatever, and somebody else was following the phone, that Richard Allen was never at the crime scene and he never went back to the crime scene. I said, "What the hell was that supposed to mean? Are you admitting that Richard Allen was at the crime scene?"
Right. Yeah, I brought that up. If you were the one that somebody else told me that. Yeah, and I brought it up on the show. She literally said, it was about the jack, like he never went back to the crime scene.
I said, "Oh, Lord."
Yeah, that's hilarious.
And then I got somebody saying, "No, you're wrong. She's talking about the police." I said, "The police were on guard at the crime scene from the 14th until the 15th. So there was nobody else out at the crime scene but them."
No, I think she even said Richard Allen, didn't she?
Yeah.
And she sort of repeated that recently.
Right. And I was just like, so I posted it on my community page I call them scarecrows, and everybody knows why I call them scarecrows. And I said, "Now, tell me that she didn't mess up right here, admitting to Richard Allen being out at the crime scene."
Oh, yeah.
So I'm waiting on responses for that so I could throw it in their face.
Well, what do you think?
I like talking them.
And then it turned into, they brought a cell phone, and then they had a cell phone jammer. So they brought a cell phone jammer to jam any signal. This is what they're saying on the Bob Mata show, that they had to jam the signal, and then they plugged in the headphones, and then for what reason? Yeah.
Okay, but the phone never moved. But the phone never even moved, right? So
never moved, no. And there was nothing that happened after the cell phone, or excuse me, the headphones were plugged in. Like the home screen didn't turn on, a music app didn't turn on, a phone call wasn't made. So there's nothing. So it's
listen, man. Listen, you guys don't understand. See what this guy was. He was previously a surgeon, and what he did was he sort of just really gingerly went under the shoe and just in the middle of the dark guessed where the jack hole was and plugged it right in. Okay, so it's amazing. And then later, then he puts the headphones on to listen to see what maybe music she was listening to, and then hours later goes, screw it, and pulls it out. But again, gingerly, not moving that phone at all. Really pretty amazing work there.
Yeah,
right.
They wanted those headphones in. It was very important that they needed headphones into that phone.
Yeah. And then it turns out the Snapchat image of Abby, it's totally reasonable. Also, there's 4 reasons why that image wasn't in the cache on the phone. I looked that up too.
Well, yeah, we knew. Everybody should have known about that over the years. They talked about it. Snapchat does not save unless you save it to that app.
I just wish they had an answer. I didn't like how they said that. See, that's a prosecution problem, because when they said, why isn't the image in cache, he said, I don't know. That's one of the things you can't say. The phrase "I don't know" is something you don't want to ever have to say at a trial. You should have some answer. You could say, well, there's 4 reasons. Bing, 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 bing. Oh, okay. You know what I mean? It makes you look
right
at that point. And by the way, when did people start calling her Auger? I thought her name was Auger.
it's OJ.
I thought people called her that. Hey, Fig, you're supposed to be laughing a little bit over there. Like, Fig Saul's face is too serious.
I was typing something.
No, he's just
I thought OJ Simpson. I don't know.
Yeah, that's how Deb's True Crime Notebook explained it to me. You got to think of OJ. And even Judge Gold would call her OJ.
Oh, that's how you do that. So it's this screen that you put the chat on there and then it moves everybody up. I like that. Okay.
Oh, so people can hear the phone ringing.
The reason that Auger gave was that so people searching couldn't hear the phone ringing. Isn't there a silence button?
She had on silent, apparently.
Oh, I see. So the jack was plugged in like a surgeon so that it wouldn't ring because the headphones were in.
Oh, even though wasn't the phone supposed to be off at that time? Like, wasn't there other things that said the phone was off? Like they had to turn it on.
They thought it was off, but I guess it was on the whole time.
Yeah,
I don't know who thought it
lasted that long.
I don't think so. I don't think it was on the whole time either. Because remember, it said it powered back on, and all of a sudden the Texas came back through at like 4 something in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Right. They originally, I think the prosecution thought the phone was off, but then further using better software later in the future or something like that, it turns out it was still on the whole time.
It was in a sleep mode.
Yeah, and I think you can actually look this up too. Atmosphere affects cell tower signals. So you could have a phone. You know how those texts all came in at that time. Yeah. So you could be sitting there, and let's say it was foggy and cold, and maybe the signal wasn't very good, and then it maybe got a little different at some point, and then just for a little brief time, you got a signal. I mean, you guys have all had cell phones, right? Where you almost have no bars, and all of a sudden you got 2 bars, and you're wondering, like, how come I have 2 bars, but earlier I had 0 or whatever? But if you're in a place where it's already weak, you could see being at like nothing for a long time, and then finally a little something, and then bing, these things come in. It doesn't mean the phone was somewhere else. They're trying to sell that, but how come they can't explain that the phone never moved? So these people are holding the phone on a gimbal as they're driving around. So it just, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess you have to come up with these stories when your client's guilty and it's obvious and he confesses 100 times. I guess this is all you have to do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like me and you talked about last night, Fig, when back then they only had 2 cell towers. Of course, Libby's phone's going to ping all over town because that signal is bouncing back and forth between 2 towers in the town.
Right. Yeah, that app, the fitness tracking, that's very, very interesting how that, that's such a good key piece of evidence that it shows the steps and the movement of the phone, and there was none of that. So there goes that.
Yeah, I mean, what was that? Like this YouTuber, I don't know how accurate their information was on the steps. See, that's why I want to have the trial transcript.
Right.
Yeah, this is on that Delphi. What's her name? Michelle After Dark, and she's just. But she wrote down like it was like. Let me see. Let me put this on the screen.
Oh, you're talking about Michelle After Dark. Oh man.
She's a lunatic. But she had this thing here. It says 700 meters. 700 meters right here, and then it says 414. I think I've seen those before. But look at, and this time seems to be right, like 131 to 208, 700 meters. And then she goes, okay, so you get right here, and it's 700 meters, and starts marking it out. But the truth is that if you take that image, it's 131. They're still at home at that point. Like they didn't leave the house until probably it takes 10 minutes to drive from the house. So they probably left the house at 1:39 or something, like 1:38, 1:39. So that means some of those steps and meters are in the house still while you're walking around. They're not at the trails yet because it's 1:31, right? They remember how Kelsey's car drives by at 1:49, right? So 10 minutes before that is 1:39. So that means 8 minutes of that walking is, Abby and Libby at their house, moving around, doing different things. So it changes, and then it goes all the way to 2:08. So 2:08 would be the time when the photograph
Abby's photo was taken.
Yeah. So it'd be like right here would be 2:08, and then apparently then there's another, what was it? 414 meters. Who knows how you get that, but that would be from here, down in this area. That's why I was thinking maybe over here. Don't really know, but yeah, I don't know I wish we could just have those exhibits and everything. Don't you guys wish we could have
I
that?
still haven't heard back from Judge Gold yet. It's more than likely we're not going to be able to get them because of the appeal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Until the appeal's done and over with, we're not going to get nothing.
Right. Let's see. Hey, by the way, did you do your Jean Monnet show today?
Yeah, we did. So I missed part of the Becky Patty thing. I didn't know that she was going to be on. Yeah, the timing. I think you had to just.
I didn't know either, and I was watching Fig, and I just happened to flip over, and I saw, well, damn, Becky's on. Great show.
Yeah.
Hey, I would have flipped over too. I wanted to flip over once.
I watched the whole Netflix documentary today too, just to see what they're saying.
Very biased, huh?
Yeah, well, it's kind of weird. It was half the other way and then half the other way. It's like the second half we got into. Yeah, at first I was really interested in what that guy was talking about. I thought it was John. I didn't know it was John Mark Carr. I thought he was some other person that he was talking to, and then John Mark Carr.
Yeah, that guy. He was in a different state. They have pictures of him in a different state, like at a family function during the time of the murder. So it was a complete waste of time.
Right.
I tell you what, Fig did a real good job last night when it came to the tentacles, breaking down what the tentacles meant.
The tentacles?
Yeah.
On that thing that you got, that little screenshot?
Well, no, he did it during the show. He used an octopus as the tentacles and explained what each tentacle was. And I said, basically, the tentacles are rabbit holes that everybody was going down.
Oh, right. I've seen that before. Yeah. You've shown that before, right?
Pass. Yeah, I've shown it before. I just pulled it up yesterday during the live because people ask, and it is confusing. And that's why, when law enforcement, they're not going to say, hey, we're doing a horrible job, guys. They're going to say, it's complex. We're sorting it out. There's still unknown things. Very common talk.
Right.
You want to put it on the screen and go over it? If you want to. I don't know how easy the tentacle image.
Oh.
I don't know how to do that. What do I do?
You would have to send it to Gray.
I think I can. No, I think I can. Can I just give him the screen or something? Let's see. I don't know.
No,
how do you?
BC.
He can share his screen though, right?
Can
he would have to share it to you, then you would have to share it to your audience.
No, but I think there's a way, like somebody in here can share their own screen or something. I don't know. I don't want to get too caught up in that.
But yeah, the show went well. Had Mrs. Fig on there.
Well, how about well, here's a question Rosa wants to know. Do you Fig Solves, I don't thinks Keegan Klein is involved, but probably right, that's your answer. But maybe there's some chance that there was communication, but not really likely, something like that. What's your opinion on it?
Yeah, then there's communication. They said there's communication, but yeah, I think they invited the Anthony Schatz profile out there.
And we're hoping he was going to be there. Instead, they got some rando showed up. I mean, that's just crazy, right? You got to admit,
multiple people.
But you got to admit, like, let's say the girls invited Kagan, Anthony Schatz out there that day, and then he didn't show up. But then there happened to be another serial killer like person out there. I mean, what are the odds of that?
Well, I mean, I don't think Keegan Klein was a serial killer like person.
So well, no, but he's a horrendous predator, though. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. What if a little old lady around the corner invited them out there? So it's like, who cares how they got out there? Like, what motivated them out there is one, just they're out there. And then the
Yeah,
place they
because you
got
got two
invited to.
nefarious actors. Because I think the way you look at it is like, other than that, it'd just be a normal day. Instead, they were invited out there by a nefarious child predator.
Oh, it did.
Then, and then another child predator happens to be there, but not the original. You know what I mean? That's just crazy.
Yeah. No, it is a coincidence. I think coincidences happen. And I mean, as soon as
They do.
there's evidence, then all right. But yeah, it is a crazy coincidence, just like the Garrett Kurtz thing, how that guy was a serial killer and would go to the bridge and at Ron Logan's house. I mean, what are the odds that there's a serial killer around that area, and also Richard Allen around that area? So there's crazy stuff. I think there's a bunch of people who catfish. I bet half the girls at the high school or the junior high were probably being catfished just by creeps. There's just so many creeps.
Right.
Well, we know for a fact that Libby was talking to somebody out of Delphi, that older man. Remember that? That older man was trying to that lived in Delphi?
I don't remember that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got their name. It was a big tall guy. I looked him up. An older guy. He like commented on her Facebook. Yeah.
I don't remember that for some reason. Maybe something will jog my memory.
They talked about it in Hannah Shakespeare's documentary. It was brought up.
Oh yeah, wasn't one of the friends bringing up that guy?
It was Matt. Matt was the one who brought it to everybody's attention.
All right, okay, I remember that. Mm-hmm. But what do you think, Frank? Do you think with the Keegan Kline thing? Didn't it make you go when he goes, "Hey, I went to my mother's house in Peru"?
Well, after all the years, I started realizing that a lot of the questions that Vito was asking Keegan while he was doing the interrogation were a lot of lies and things like that to try to get information out of him. Like, for instance, why was you researching DNA in Vegas? You heard what Keegan said. I don't recall that. I don't recall that. Right there told me that it was a lie that Vito was asking him about to see if he can get an answer out of him. Well,
I don't know, because it's hard to tell because Keegan Kline's a liar himself. Like a notorious liar. So how do we know that he's just saying, I don't remember doing that?
And then when he got interviewed by the murder sheet, he told the murder sheet that Nick told him directly that we cannot corroborate anything you're saying. And I left it at that. Keegan was done when I heard that.
Yeah, and then he got a 40-year sentence. So then I thought, man, that's not what a deal looks like, especially in a crime where he never killed anybody. But
they made an example out of him. That's what that was about.
And then I thought, well, maybe they gave him 40 years, and then after the trial's over, he can come forward with some other information and get his I was trying to make something work out of that. But I mean, my thing is just, again, the odds are crazy, but there are things that happen. I mean, even Zozo talks about a case. What was that one you were talking about where this girl gets like assaulted by somebody and left on the street, and then another predator picked her up, something like that? I mean, it's Jesus. I mean, I guess it just shows you how many predators there are. There's hell of a lot more predators than we thought. I can tell you that. Haven't you guys had your eyes open a little bit during all this? How many predators there are?
Yeah,
I really didn't. I don't even entertain myself to figure out how many predators are out there.
Yeah, the thing is you got that show. Remember that Predator? Here's a weird one. In that show, there's that YouTuber that would do those Predator sort of almost like To Catch a Predator, but it was just a YouTuber.
They have a group here in Indiana that does that specifically, and they do have.
I think that's the one. He was like a black guy, this kind of reggae looking guy. Is that the guy?
No, these are white guys.
Okay, well, he has this show, and one of the episodes was he I mean, this was crazy. I told Becky and everything. I mean, it was wild because one of the predators on there was meeting up with a 14-year-old girl at a restaurant or a store, and he was like 45, 50 years old, and I couldn't tell how tall he was or anything. But then we looked him up, and guess what? His wife lives in Delphi, and his kid went to Delphi High School, the same one that Abby, I guess Libby, and the same school that Libby and Kelsey went to, something like that, Delphi. And he's this predator, and I was thinking, shit, man, that's crazy. And he obviously wasn't it either. But we turned that in, the tip. It was wild though that his kid actually and the wife lives right there, like next to the Freedom Bridge, pretty much. I bet he seems like a little taller. He looks like about 6 foot, something like that.
You have a person that asked you, Gray, I'm a DNA detective. She asked you, please tell the newbies who figured Frank Carr.
What? What did you say?
So you had somebody donate $1.99. Said, Gray, please tell the newbies who figured Frank Carr.
Oh, they're YouTubers. When was that?
We've been covering this case for years.
Oh. Yeah. I thought everybody would know that.
We're just some dudes.
We're just some dudes that
some randos that showed up in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah. Looked at the Delphi case very closely and would talk to each other behind the scenes and try and share information and figure things out and use our brains.
Right. I think I've talked to you for maybe like the last 2 years, maybe Fig Solves. I didn't really talk to Frank till maybe, I mean, I had a totally different perception of Frank up until like I hadn't really communicated with him. And then about like, I don't know. I don't know if it was like 6 or 8 months ago, I started talking to him.
Well, me and you started, we fell out when I was partnered up with Marv at one point in time.
Yeah, maybe it was something like that. Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, that's where it all started. That was about 4 years ago.
I don't even know why. Were you like on a whole different side or something, or different?
No. This is at the time we didn't know anything about Richard Allen at the time.
Oh, okay, that's right. That would have been like 2020,
21, 20, early 22, somewhere in there.
Right.
But my question is why is, because there was 3 photos that were taken by Libby. Well, actually a video and 2 photos. The very first photo has never really been mentioned at all. The black and white photo that Libby took at the north end of the bridge.
I think that was at 2:04 or 5. I can't remember the exact time, but it was something like that.
Yeah, that photo was never talked about.
Yeah. And because there's nobody in that picture, but she took it. And then the other picture, I just think it's insane when people say the picture of Abby is photoshopped. These people, it's like that is, think about how crazy. I mean, you're talking about an image that was out at that time, right then, the first night that was already out there, I remember. And so you're saying that somebody made a Photoshop image and put it out there back in 2017. It's just, and not only that, it's just absurd. Just the notion of it.
Well, what I did.
Yeah, what was the pain at that time?
Right? And no one can answer that.
Well,
they can't answer it. Yeah, go ahead.
When I broke away from Mark's channel and started my channel, that's the first thing I did. As I took that photo and I contacted an expert and sent the photo to him, and he got back to me within 24 hours and said there is no alterations to this photo. It wasn't photoshopped or nothing. So, and that kind of pissed him off too. I said, you guys are not doing your research, man. You got to call experts. You got to talk to experts. The whole works.
Yeah, I mean, what purpose? You would have had to know the future that image is important to come up with. But people had said it was a fake image for, I mean, even that, what's his name that I brought up earlier? He knew a lot of stuff. We've talked about him before. What's his name? That guy, the Facebook guy, he passed away.
Oh, Doug Rice.
Yeah, Doug Rice even thought that. He sent me something that said that was fake. You know, so even though Doug Rice had some great information, he just didn't understand stuff. You know, I mean, I look at it and analyze it, and the shadows are all correct. Everything's
Right.
I don't know why I had to spend the time doing that. It's like a waste of time. It's
Yeah, and they had metadata for it. It's authentic. It's time stamped. It's
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Anything
Well,
they can
that one had
say
to
or
do
do to make money.
well, the video. Yeah, I think he said. I think what he said was the video was fake, not Abby's image. Right. So yeah, he said the video was fake. Rice did. And that's the one that has metadata on it. There's no image of Abby. It's gone. It wasn't in the cache. Let's see. Yeah. So you saw the video. Did you hear Becky's description of it, Frank?
Which video?
The one at the end of the bridge, the 43-second video.
Are you talking about the enhanced?
Yeah, the enhanced one.
I didn't see it because where I was sitting, but I was able to hear everything. And like I was telling my peoples before, I would intentionally sit behind Kathy during the pre-trial conferences because I knew Richard would walk right by me and stop and say hi or whatever to Kathy and his mom. Well, I would take words he would say and try to compare to what was on the audio. And when he say hi to his wife and his mom, and I would compare that to Guy, I was like, oh my God, that is him.
That's what I meant to ask Becky is like, hey, when you heard the interrogation, everybody says when they listen to at least the first interrogations with Liggett, that you could tell that the voice was the same as the bridge guy, you know, down the hill stuff.
Right.
That's what they said. I mean, at least I know like 10 people have said, oh yeah, it sounded just like him.
Oh, well, when they came out and told us the jury requested to see those 4 audio videos again, a lot of us already knew what it was about. They wanted to compare voices.
I wonder why that one juror that was on the murder sheet, she didn't bring up any stuff like that. For her, it came down to really just the simple timeline that Richard Allen, she said that he passed Rayleigh Voorhees, and Rayleigh Voorhees saw him and he saw her, and then he's wearing exactly the same clothing. He describes his clothing exactly the same as what's in the bridge guy video, and therefore it's him. You know, and the thing is, that is how it works. You know, if you keep going down the chain all the way to Betsy Blair, and the timing, Abby and Libby therefore would have had to run into him. I mean, and then that's him. You know, there's no, and you know, and Betsy Blair. I mean, I wish the juror had more comments of why, you know, the timeline stuff made sense. You know, because there's a lot of it she just didn't say. I don't know if she just didn't have the time. But there's just Betsy Blair basically clears the entire trail to the Freedom Bridge and then back again, meaning he didn't make his way out. He stayed at the bridge. Right? So that's a huge portion of that. Yeah. Anyways, you got any thoughts there, Fig? You're doing that thing where you just
Yeah, I know. I'm reading
his brains in overdrive.
Yeah.
About the Ron Logan, and it makes me think, and I posed this question yesterday, where all the people who are very much saying that Rick Allen is innocent are the same people that all had these person of interest before Richard Allen was arrested. Right?
Mm-hmm.
None of them are saying like, "Oh, I was wrong." You know what? Now there's new evidence. Let's go in this direction. They're just doubling down, so they just don't have the humility, or I mean, they're just not following evidence, and that's why it's not good to list POIs before you have information, because it's going to backfire. But yeah, all the people who are saying Rick Allen's innocent are people who had POIs that were publicly claimed, and that's why I can't take them serious.
Well, I think a lot of us went down that road at one point in time, looking at all the different people, And for me, I didn't have one specific POI because there was so many people that were being talked about at that time, So I didn't have one specific person because there was no evidence pointing directly at any individual until the information came out about Rick Allen.
Yeah, I never had a POI. I don't even think public can have a POI. You just have somebody, oh wow, what about this guy? I never had one person the whole time. A couple of people were interesting for a moment, but then it's like almost immediately nothing.
Into different people, but to be so bold as to say this is the person, like many people do, and have Ron Logan is bridge guy and all these. Look at this comparison. It has to be him.
No. Hey, it looks like there's trying to get on here. Let's see. Let me add this other. I was going to put your. I just got your octopus. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me put that on there. You can just. Yeah, but you describe what it is.
Okay, and then I'll describe it. I'll hang for a few, and then I better get going.
Go to sleep.
Oh,
okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
You need more to it? You need the thing below it too?
No. So that it's just from talking with multiple law enforcement folks. So even Steve from True Crime Web, a person who I do consulting for in California, just learning how investigations actually work, where tips come in, they'll partner up or send 2 or 3 a small team to follow leads. So one is, all right, go look at all the registered sex offenders, send a team down that. You call it a tentacle, you call it a lead, rabbit hole, as Frank calls it. Then there's a team that's looking into the friends and families. So, the Odinist cult that was looked into, that was right. There's tips about it. It was brought up. So as you go down these rabbit holes, or as you go down these tentacles, you say, all right, it's there's nothing here. You exhausted. We've looked at everything that we could. But what happens is, I think the people like Todd Click and those folks who are looking at the Odinist stuff, you almost get biased. You go down this rabbit hole and that's all you see. You don't have information on the other tentacles that are going on unless you go to some of the briefings. But so you just get stuck in this world. And so you're going to say, yep, this is what we saw. And, you're supposed to try and make connections through there, and they couldn't. But so these are the different tentacles, and you could say, it's a complex case, and these things could be connected, and they also cannot be connected.
Yeah. It was like,
go
ahead.
The drug-related tentacle there. We all know that a lot of people try to accuse Derek German of being a snitch.
Right.
Well, that's where I took it upon myself, because they said, well, he's got everything sealed. And I was like, y'all are wrong. I said, y'all just don't want to do the legwork, because I was able to pull everything on Derek from the court, and he was nothing of being an informant, a snitch, or anything. Nothing was sealed.
Yeah. Well, the Odinist cult thing is, I did ask Holman about that. He said that, they were totally aware that they were doing it. And he even went to interview Elvis. I think he said Elvis Fields. I can't remember. But, he interviewed one of the people with them, and, they were definitely talking to them. But I think that they sort of on their own, their little clique that they had, ironically, had a clique in there. But they were just kind of doing their own thing a little bit on the side, like, oh God, and they probably kept talking to each other and really building themselves up on this one thing. And so those people are similar to what Fig was just talking about a minute ago. They're similar to the people who developed a POI, and they just can't shake it once the real, when they arrested Richard Allen, they're like, no, hey, we had somebody that and they just keep going and going and going, when in reality, Richard Allen answered every single question that law enforcement had over the years. So there you go.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, we got this person jumped in here. Is there more? Do you have more to this? Go ahead.
We all know who LA is.
Yeah, well, LA's in
LA.
here.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. And this is the perfect time. I've been wanting to discuss this issue because you guys are the brains here. So I wanted to put it all out in front of you. Where the timeline that you showed before, the timeline being discussed, and it actually aligns perfectly with what Gray's always shown. Especially with like the ascent versus descent, like the two stories. So I just wanted to talk about that. If we have a second.
All right, go ahead.
Mine's perfectly okay. Well, so I had to write down in my notes, and and Becky was saying that she didn't take notes. She left that up to all. She shouldn't have to. She left that up to all of us. But okay, so the when they say at the end, at the 2:30, 2:29, 2:30 timeline, when they say that then there was a two-story ascent or descent, and then after that the phone stopped moving, that actually lines up with crossing the creek. And if you go, I always thought they would have gone parallel or gone on the sandbar. No, if you really do go straight across, then you have to go up essentially like two stories on the like, so we probably had them climbing. And that would make complete sense, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I was looking for that same image. Hold on.
It wouldn't be two stories, I can tell you that. Climbing up the bank on the other side of the creek, I would say it's probably about a 10-foot drop off if that, from the edge of the bank into the creek.
I have a video of doing it, Frank. I'll show you. It depends on the water. It depends on everything. It depends on exactly where they climbed up. But now two stories, I mean, that sounds really dramatic, but it was definitely like, I had to like climb a tree, I would say, or like reach under roots and hike up there.
Did you cross the creek? Did you go through the woods?
Yeah, down the hill, one of the stories.
I don't think it means they're crossing the creek. You saying at 2:18 to 2:25 they're crossing the creek when it's no movement?
Okay, well, let me back up to that.
I think it's like, okay, so we know that 2:13, or actually it's almost 2:14 when that 43-second video started. So it ends at like 2:14 and some odd seconds, and then at 2:18 to 2:25, which matches almost perfectly to getting right down below the bridge. That's when it stopped moving for a little bit. So that would be 2:25, and then Brad Holder drives by at 2:25. Then they start moving, and then 2:25 to 2:31 they cross the creek, and then 2:31, 2:32 there's a little bit of movement, then it stops moving for good. That's how I would interpret it.
Okay, but then it does say the phone registers floors climbed.
Maybe that's when they're going up the bank on the other side of the creek.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said that like, I don't know, a month ago or so during the trial.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe it's like, I don't know if it's over, how they measure it, but if it's only, I guess it's every 10 feet. So maybe if you go 11 feet, it's 2 floors.
Yeah.
Maybe we talked about this, you and I,
I think we did. I think I said it to you before. And then somewhere along the line, somebody falsely reported on some show a 2:39 time. Nope, that was not ever in 2:39 was never in any of the evidence. So that was a mistake. I think it was on.
Yeah, that was what's her name on Court TV? What's her face?
Barbara McDonald.
Barbara McDonald said 2:39, and when I was on there, I actually had to fix it. When I was on there, I go, well, it was actually 2:32, not 2:39.
Well, and I just wanted to bring that up because I hear a lot of confusion. I think even, Becky was saying like she thought that was the down the hill moment when it really, I don't even know if they registered that, but they do register the iPhone health thing. People want to argue it only registers going uphill. Well, that still actually proves our point more than anything, because that would have been when they climbed up that part. Again, I always thought as I've crossed it, I was like, they would have gone this way. But no, if they went straight across, then you do have to go up about, 10, 12, 11 feet.
Yeah, I guess if you go like this, so you're at the end of the bridge here, and then let's say, I guess what you have to figure out is to get across the creek, and it says 50 meters. I'm not sure where it says elevation. Oh no, 231 to 232. So it's just as you're crossing the creek, and then elevation change up to the top.
Right.
Let's see. So let me go back. So it's 150 meters. So if we go, that means from right here, you got to go back 150 meters. You guys can't see my screen. Let me get it on there. Hold on. So it would look like no, that's not the good one. I think that one. There we go. So you got that. So if we go from right here, basically, and then where's that? Let's see. That is in terms of meters. That is 55. They said, didn't they say 50? So look at that. I mean, this is crazy because this is my area, right? If you go to 50 meters, right there. I mean, look how crazy that's my crime scene spot right there. Okay. So if I think it's definitely possible for the girls that have gone down the hill and in 5 minutes get from here to there. Don't you guys agree? Like, it's not that you go down the, it's not long, it's not far at all to get from. So man, that's crazy.
The bottom of the hill across the creek is not that far. It's
yeah. So wow, look at that, you guys. That's that's right there. So even if that was right over in, let's say over in this area, and then maybe that's not even where they cross. So you could even say that this is where they try to go up of the bank, because that's really high there, right? And then you could actually move them back into there.
Do they cross by that? Like, is there a bendy tree? Like one that
there's a bending tree.
Yeah. Well, that's my tree. Yeah, well, that's the tree that originally back in 2017. It's this tree right here. It's called the bent tree. Then there's this one here that goes out over, and I think the crime scene's just behind it. Right?
Yeah,
it is. The crime scene was about 20 yards from the actual ravine that goes up to the cemetery.
So that's crazy. I must have almost been. Well, here's the thing: is the ravine is right here, okay, and then they had GPS coordinates of right here in the document with Ron Logan.
Nicole Robinson.
Well, I think it was a Ron Logan document, had GPS coordinates of the crime scene right here. However, given I actually saw this video where they show where the tape was, and the tape is like right over here. So this GPS coordinates didn't seem accurate to me. I think the crime scene's right back here, and it's a little bit. I don't know. I mean, maybe I was
actually the ravine is basically the property line between Logan and the Mears.
Mm-hmm.
So if you cross over that ravine about 20 yards onto Ron Logan's property is where the girls' bodies were found.
Oh, I guess Fig Solve left. Hey, thanks for coming on, Fig. See you later. Yeah. So you're saying how many yards are you thinking from the ravine?
About 20 yards onto Ron Logan's property.
God, see, I went past that when I was there. I went up the ravine and easily went 20 yards. Are you sure it can't be a little? Is that just your perception, or?
That's my perception, because I took the coordinates from Nicole Robinson's PCA of Ron Logan, and I used a GPS and a coordinate finder on a phone. And it put us right at the spot. And I marked the spot with the orange paint. And it was on the side of the ravine of Ron Logan's property.
Yeah, but see, here's the ravine, right? And look at that. That's 24 meters. And that's definitely, I think it's way over here.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know. I think it's 100 meters, you know?
Well, I mean, I'm just giving an estimate for what I could see at that time. I mean, you got to remember that was years ago when I did that.
Meters. Then it could be 90 meters, could be whatever. It's just close to that spot, right?
Right.
Yeah, that was brutal. Going down that hill and then back up again. It's like if you're not in pretty damn good shape, that's messed up. Because that thing is like a 45-degree hill straight down, and then to get back up, it's like doing a Stairmaster.
Yep.
It's ridiculous. Unbelievable.
I ended up even having heat exhaustion the second or third time I went down there.
Yeah, well, we did it
all that climate.
I'd like to go back again. Go ahead. What do you say?
If you're in the ravine and where it like folds into the creek, where would that be?
That's right here. That's where my drone basically. I think it's right here. Let me use a different year. I think the
See
2000.
the cemetery.
You can see it.
Hey,
You can see it really
see
well.
the cemetery.
Yeah.
See the cemetery. Hey, see
Yeah.
the cemetery.
Yeah.
Pull that back up to the cemetery.
Yeah. Well,
No, the other way.
ravine's right. The ravine's right there, though. Look.
Yeah.
Yeah, that goes up to the left-hand side of the cemetery.
Right. Exactly. So this is the ravine right there. So it goes into the water right there. So I went down. I made it to about right here when I walked up there.
Correct. Okay. So.
Oh God, Jesus! Correct, everybody. Hit that button. Where is it? I got to hit it. Here it is.
Oh wait, sorry.
Okay, there you go. Okay, go ahead. So what are you going to say? What are you saying?
Oh, okay. I think I'm using all your own lingo that when I went out there, I was probably, because I found I was like, that's the bendy tree. So I was probably using.
Yeah, well, you remember when that video that, what's her face? God, what's her name from the launch? She's dark hair. Family doesn't really like her. She's a family member, but Julie Melvin. Okay. So Julie Melvin, early on, she watched my video because I did a flow of the crime video. I put it out on February 22nd, 2017. And I showed where everything was. And I used this bent tree right here as the key. This tree right here, because it showed when this reporter was filming the crime scene, you could see this tree right over the water there. So I used that, and then I realized, oh wow, they went across the shallow area. So when Julie Melvin went out there, she stood right here and said, hey, that's that tree that YouTuber was talking about. And then she eventually made a video for me walking across the bridge, which was pretty useful. But man, she had some of the craziest. She said that the bridge guy had forceps in his pockets and was going to perform an abortion on the other side of the bridge. That was one of her theories.
You know, that's so funny because when she said that, and then Dr. Kaur said during the trial, during the autopsies, that the girls were not sexually active. And I bet Julie about flipped out when he came out and said that.
Well, she's just, I mean, I actually have the screenshot of her doing that. So
my question is, what did you think of Nicole Robinson's PCA claiming that there was no blood at the scene, anything?
What's the Nicole? I don't know that one.
She's the one who wrote up the PCA for Ron Logan.
Oh, that one. Yeah, no, I saw that one. I don't remember her saying that there was no blood at the crime scene. I thought it was just, you know.
Oh, yeah. She said
yeah. Go ahead.
There wasn't nothing there. She said that's what she said. You got to read it. Read it again. She said there was no pools of blood, no blood out there or anything. I was like, wow.
Like 2 years since I read that one.
Right.
Well, I remember that they also mentioned the girlfriends and you know, the whole Ron Logan thing always made sense to me. Like he just, you know, he wasn't supposed to be driving, so he wanted to avoid being put in prison for 2 years for breaking his parole, and so he lied about where he was and what time he left and everything. Because he drove and he wanted his cousin or whatever it was to say that he drove. And guess what happened, everybody? He got 2 years in prison.
And his cousin turned around and snitched him out.
Right. And, you know,
what's so funny about that is, you know damn well that those law enforcement officers in Delphi knew that he was driving the whole time. We know that. Yeah, and how easy would it have been after Ron Logan died just to kind of plan a little stuff in here and there and pin it on that guy later, right? But they didn't do that. You know why? Because Ron Logan wasn't the killer, and they hadn't caught the killer yet. And so that's why when they found Richard Allen, boom, they finally found their guy. Yeah. But listen, guys, I'm going to get off here. It's been a long day. Hey, well, thanks for coming on, Frank. Thanks for all your... let me know, brother. Nice seeing you, Ellen. Well, we got some documents we're trying to get, so there we go. Yeah, yeah. All right, man. All right, see you later. All right, buddy. Talk to you soon. All right, bye.
Hey, I won't keep you either. I was just wanting to, like, I think we were onto something of, like, your timeline is spot on of where you cross, given my notes. So if we would go back to the 231, where would it be then?
Oh, let's see. What do you mean? The 231? Yeah, the 231 is just when they're like right over here. So it was 50-meter walk, and then at 231. So let's just say it was right, because that's where it's really high, right? Right to the right of that tree.
Right.
When you look over there, it looks like it's almost like 9 or 10 feet tall. Is that accurate? Or
right.
Yeah.
And then people have asked over the years, did they drag them up? Whatever. No, I think that they were still managing the situation at this time, thinking like, we could still run, we could still whatever, maybe they're still just like, we don't want to piss him off. He could go crazy. Like, I think they were still managing it. So they're like, all right, we'll climb up here and then we can still run. And I think he like blitz attacked them, because then after that at the 232. So, I mean, yeah, it is a steep incline when I followed your trail. It's about, I would say, and we call it 1 stories or 2. It's pretty high. I do have video footage of it.
Mm-hmm. No, I've seen like shots. There's that one image out there where there's a guy walking up there, like an investigator, and he seems like he's like half the size of the height of the. He's in the background a little bit, so it's hard to tell, but it looks like a pretty high bank.
I mean,
so that's probably where the 2 stories came from, right?
I'm
there.
5'8", and I think I had to grab a tree root and then go up. Like, I mean, I had to, and then I was it was the summer, so I was in deep foliage. But I still, it was easy to get up essentially, but was I climbing? Yes. So, but then also if we think about that, then 231, this is what I'd like to ask you. Like, so if, all right, they climb that, and then, so they're on the other side. And is that when Richard Allen would have, because then the phone's kind of, they said the phone stopped moving.
Yeah. So you go up and then the phone never moves again. So it must be like right when he got him up there, he must have attacked him within a minute.
Yeah.
Or at least like he attacked and the phone hit the ground or something, and it never moved again, perhaps because maybe, Abby, I don't know if it was random or whatever, but on top of it I guess there was like a shoe, and then underneath the shoe was the phone, right?
Yeah. Or maybe Deb's True Crime Notebooks always said that. She always thought it made sense to me that the like crossing or something, they put the phone in the shoe, which would be pretty smart if you're trying to carry a bunch of things.
Yeah, but that's just somebody completely guessing, because it didn't say that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So
like somebody just saying, "Oh, they put in the shoe." It's just trying to make something seem more intriguing. And
it's just blur. It's just guessing. But but I would say that at least from this, I mean, I'm still guessing to think that, okay, so because they were trying to say that any of these climbs at that point, because it doesn't line up with the down the hill. The down the hill was, 10 to 15 minutes earlier. And then
I don't agree. Like what Holman said, where he thinks that the assault was going to happen below the bridge. I don't know everything's below the bridge there, but I don't think it was right below the trestle here. Like I don't think that doesn't make sense to me, because if you're only walking, if it stayed still for a certain amount of time and then you only walk 50 meters, then go up, then it has to be right back in this corner here, where I've always thought it has to be there, because that's it. There isn't another answer for it. Because
what about the movement between 218 to 225?
Yeah, well, that's just, what do you mean?
Right under the bridge, and then he moves them.
Yeah, but but it can't be. It can't be. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It can't be right under the bridge.
It can't. Okay.
Because if it was, there's no movement here, and then all of a sudden it moves 50 meters and then goes up a bank. How does it get from here to here with no movement? Because it only went 50 meters and then went up a steep, up, right? So that's why I worked backwards. I said, let's go to the bank and go back 50 meters, because after the 50 meters, it went up the 2 levels or whatever. That means you have to start here and go backwards 50 meters. And then that's got to be where the assault took place, because if it was here, then why isn't there 150 meters or something, right? Because you'd be walking from all the way over here and over here, then across and then up. So what it makes more sense is that in like Frank at least said, oh yeah, for sure. So you could get down the hill and then to this area in 4 minutes, because at 2:14, it's actually here. I have it right here. At 2:14 and 34 seconds is when that video ended, and it's down the hill. So then, like 216, you're right here, and maybe even 215 and some odd seconds, you're down at the bottom. It only takes like a minute probably to get down all the way to here, and then you just get marched over here. Then they stop there, and this always makes sense because look how hidden that is. Way back around a corner, you can't really see it. You can see a car above you, but you wouldn't be able. People aren't going to look down there. And so right there is where he's going to assault, and then walks 50 meters, goes up, and then I guess one of the problems with it doesn't say it moves anymore after the 50 meters, right? Like it goes
right.
I lost that screenshot, but it goes up 50 meters. It goes 50 meters and then goes up. So I don't know how to make it work. You might have to do something like maybe go like that, and then how far is it? And then 50, I mean, you almost have to be like over here somewhere. I don't know. That's 62 meters there. If you go right, I don't know where the shoe exactly was found.
That's true.
But if you're saying that you go 50 meters and go up, and then maybe there just wasn't any registering of like 5 steps or something,
Right. Because who knows? I mean, right. At that point, if they were carrying, I didn't know what all they said. If they were carrying the phone at that point, if they weren't registering, but also, water damage that's going through there, who knows? But I think, but I would just say that, after the phone movement stopped, that shows me that's, I think what's the hard thing is I think he would have it was all quick over, after the, that part. And so then that makes a lot of sense because he's looking over. That's where the white van or the van would have been. He didn't say white van. He's looking over there. And from that vantage point, when I've looked over, it's like you want to cover. So if were the sticks laying to the, to the, what was it? From where I'm looking to the bottom side to block out from,
I don't know. I don't know where this, my thing is I just know where the crime scene is. I don't know where the sticks were. I don't know where any of that. It could just be that they got up there and the phone, right when they reached the top of the hill, the phone, but the phone has to be underneath Abby. So wherever that location is where that stopped moving.
Okay. So I actually would think that I would gather that he didn't think the phone was still with them. Even if he thought they had one, he probably figured it was dropped somewhere.
Well, I don't think he ever realized she had a phone. She hid it. Remember?
Okay. That's true. Okay. So then, where the sticks are located, when they say covering the body, it does make sense because why would you put a big, large log? Well, he's focused on, the house over here from the private drive, and that person that just came home in a van. Now, this house could see me. So if this house looks out into the dark to the woods, what's going to stand out? Flesh. So I think wherever the sticks were placed were on the side actually to cover that vantage point. So
could have been. I don't know. It's hard to. I don't. When I asked him, there was no leaves or anything. It could just be that he got interrupted again, because right around the time, I'm not sure. It's just hard for me to believe that. I don't think they were killed right when they went up the bank. I know that's what their opinion is. And that's what he said too, because I don't think he wants to explain what he was doing. But I think when he got him to go up the hill, the phone never moved again because it was, let's just say maybe it wasn't a shoe and the shoe was thrown on the ground. But the thing is I think he went and still did what he was going to do. I don't think the girls I think he had them undress up there. I don't think he had them undress across the creek and they walked across naked or anything like that. I think he started to do something. It could be that they were partially clothed. He had them cross the creek, and then he did whatever he was going to be doing, and then he eventually killed them. And then around the time he was starting to build his little stick pile, whatever, that's when Cheyenne and her friends were on the other side of the bridge talking, and he got freaked out thinking, oh crap, there's people coming. He didn't know where they were because he could hear them. And then he left without finishing what he was doing. That's an excellent
point, because Again, most people, they didn't feel the need to bring in Cheyenne. So, but that's a whole other side that you know about that.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, when they walked across the, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, especially if you believe in Sarah Carbaugh. See, here's the thing. That's why you can just throw. I don't like Sarah Carbaugh's story. Okay, I never have. It doesn't really, because then you have to come up with. So here's the thing. The story could all work great if Sarah Carbaugh doesn't work, right? Because at 2:32, the phone stops moving. He kills him, starts coming, and then he leaves, and he's out of there at like 3, and nobody's even searching yet, and he just takes off. Right? Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
However, if you have to believe in Sarah Carbaugh, then that means at 3:54, after killing them at 2:32, he's walking up above and, gets seen by Sarah Carbaugh driving by an hour and like 25 minutes after killing the girl. What was he doing there for an hour and 25 more, or an hour and 15 more minutes? Because you have to walk up. What was he doing there? See, that doesn't make sense. But it does if you say that they're still alive and, maybe he killed one, he had them both completely undressed and then he allowed Abby to dress again or force her to dress. Now, I mean, it's technically possible that he had them both nude on the other side of the creek, forced Libby to go across with, maybe holding clothes in her hand, and Abby was allowed to quickly dress in Libby's clothing, and she walked across like that. Definitely possible. And then they were killed almost immediately. And then he left earlier, and Sarah Carbaugh never saw him. But if Sarah Carbaugh sees him, then you have to come up with what was he doing for an hour and 20 minutes? It doesn't take an hour and 20 minutes to put some sticks on there. See, I actually think about all these things. It's not like
I know.
Willy-nilly doing shows. I spend time kind of working through.
Well, so this is something that I have heard about Ted Bundy, is that I really don't need to be having this discussion per se, but like that some of these people, that it can still be a sexual motive without the act necessarily occurring. So because things go wrong. So it could have been, one of the things they did say at the Perlmutter hearing was that, there was not a sexual assault that occurred, before. So, did he try to, you've heard of some of these sickos going back and, to the crime scene and just doing vulgar things with, I don't know, in this scenario, which that's not
I just think he went up there, and I think he was going to attempt to assault them down below. Maybe it scared him and he crossed the creek, and then he wasn't going to give up on it. He moved him. Why didn't he just kill him really quick down there and leave? The reason he brought him across with him is because he wanted to continue on with what he was doing. He could have, when he was down below and that van drove by, why didn't he just kill them immediately while they were right there? The reason he didn't, like I just said, was because I believe he took him across the creek to a safer location to continue to do what he was doing. Now, you might say, well, he brought him over there because it's a better hiding spot for the bodies, and he thought through it. But I think he went over there, and I think it's more likely that the girls were, at least partially still dressed crossing, and he forced them to completely undress at gunpoint over there and continued to do whatever he was going to do, and then eventually killed both of them to protect himself. But the reason his story is shorter in his confession is because he wants to not mention the part that he continued to do what he was doing.
Yeah.
All he wanted to say was, I killed him really quick. I didn't want him to suffer. Well, the thing is in between that time, they were tortured mentally and suffering, and he eventually killed them. And I actually think that he had second thoughts on Abby. He let her dress, and then he goes, screw it, I got to protect myself, and he killed her at the end. Yeah.
You definitely thought about this. I totally get that psychology and understanding. So, because I've thought about it from maybe like the young girl's perspective. I think that's why I'm interested in this case of like, when I was younger, I crossed a bridge, and it was the thing is you just don't want to cross that bridge with another creepy person. He'll push you off. So I could see where they were maybe hoping he'd pass. But the one thing is that does line up with this is that because again, when people think it's more than just one person, it was like, yeah, how do you get two girls up that hill? Well, because I think that there's a certain, you know, as a, you know, woman who's gone through these, you know, scary situations, there's different scenarios. And I think that they didn't think, they were still managing it. He was still somewhat normal. He said, guys, he didn't say, you know, he wasn't going at them screaming. So there was a fine line. If she was still ready to hide the phone or hide the video, then she was still at a point of thinking, okay, I don't want to piss this weirdo guy off. Where, you know, if he was really walking with them at them with a gun from across the bridge, and they would have been trying to dial 911. But so she was still being like, okay, I can manage this at this situation. So I think at some point they were at some point, what went down is that it escalated further for them than they were expecting. And one didn't leave the other. But
yeah, I remember when I used to originally do the story, I always thought that the girls, obviously there was a point while they were crossing the creek where they, hold on a second, when they were crossing the bridge, that they looked back and saw the guy. Nobody's ever on that bridge and you're not aware of other people on the bridge. So there was a certain point where probably when they're 3/4 of the way across, they could see that he was coming at them.
Mm-hmm.
And they probably said, ooh, let's go to the other side. We don't want to pass that guy. And they hoped. And what I always would say was they hoped he would turn around, or when they were on the bridge at the end, they hoped he would just pass them.
Mm-hmm.
And then they could walk back the other direction again. And he did pass them, but unfortunately, he turned around. And I mean, that's what I'm always saying. The part that gives me, when I do the thinking about how somebody's suffering or whatever, I go through, and the part in this case that I always think about, I've probably mentioned it 50 times on here, is that, you know, we've all had those moments in life where you're freaking out, that something's happening, your heart's beating really fast, something really weird, like a weird creepo person shows up right in your orbit, and they got something, or a car drives by and they slow down, you know, you got your heart's beating, you're absolutely scared out of your mind, and then you go, oh shit, holy crap. As it faded away, the person drove by, the person walked past, everything felt, and then you went, oh my god, and your heart's beating quick, and then it slows down, and then you're back later, and then it's like just a story you tell people. In this case, they felt just like that, except it got worse and worse, and the nightmare that we all have felt became a reality. So you just got to picture when you felt like that before, how it got worse and worse for them, all the way to, I mean, I'm getting the chill right now, all the way to the point where you actually get killed by that person. I mean, unbelievable. I just can't imagine anything more terrifying than that scenario, because there was, if you look at it, just looking at the time here, then what that means is for from 2:00, I would say from 2:13 until 2:32, they were scared out of their minds for 21 minutes. Or yeah, I mean, that's just crazy. I mean, not 21. Yeah, like 220. What is that? 2:18. So they were taken down at like 2:13. Now 19 minutes. So they were just absolutely terrified out of their minds for night. I mean, 19 minutes is an eternity. It is so long, and they're just sitting there, and this guy's, you know.
Oh, so the whole scenario to me is already a nightmare. And in one of the things I did see the enhanced video, and he's behind her. It is like something out of a horror scene. I did not realize how close he was to her. It was just.
Yeah, well, I have it in my. I mean, I don't even have him close enough. I've said that Abby's further back when I try to describe it, but my animation that I made, you know, it's pretty close. You know, but he's a little closer. He's past the last. I mean, like you see it right here in my picture on the screen. I mean, you got this whole bridge, and the bridge guy is actually past platform 6 right there, and Abby's probably. It's what it really is she's probably like this. So when Libby's filming, she's always in the way, and then just as she drops off, as we were just listening to tonight, just as Abby's coming off, it clears a visual line of sight of the bridge guy as he's coming, and you get 2 seconds of him. And then as she goes by, the camera goes down and films the feet of Abby. Now the killer is probably about right there, which is only about 35, 40 feet away. And then just seconds later comes off the end right there. Pretty creepy stuff.
It really,
Richardallen, by the way.
Yeah. Well, what's more salacious, or like, it's like because something wasn't caught in so much amount of time, we have to make it even more scary and salacious than this, to like a whole like ritualistic killing Odinist group. Because it's like this enough is out of our wildest imagination. I mean, this is so horrific. So, because I think unless you see the bridge, when I first went out there, I've been out there a couple times. I walked under the creek first, and the thing that struck me was that oh, it's so beautiful. You look up, but that's like a fifth of the whole bridge. So then the rest of the bridge goes into like dense forest.
Yeah, now it does. It didn't used to do that.
Or even just just like it was.
Well, it does every summer. Every summer, the trees kind of converge onto the. So if you go out the wrong time of year, like if I was you, I'd go out there in February or November or December, and then you'll see that the branches are completely bare. You can see all the way across. You can, you know, I mean, I think people even would go out and sort of cut some branches or whatever. But when you go out, I went there in August or September, like in 2023, and I went out there, and it was just really like you couldn't see after the first 50 feet. Like you couldn't see platform 3, which was crazy because platform 3 is the next platform after the new thing that they built there on the right. You could barely, I don't even know if you could see it. It was just so dense back there. But if you went there in November, December, January, February, or even March, and apparently even April, because this shot right here on the screen is April and it's still really clear, that you could see all the way across.
And maybe you could, I think, like, I guess as I'm thinking as a woman walking around college campuses, the one thing we would not want to do is go down an alley. And so this is almost like if you look at that one, so I've got here, this is a really good representation. Cause like, let's say the part right over the creek, I've seen on Vinnypolitan or whatever, that they point go back to the bridge over the creek. That's where they get this so wrong. They think it's right up way farther. No, it's not. So that's like what, 1/5, 1/6 of the rest of the way to the end. So it is going down like a really dark alley.
Well, I think it's only they're actually at the end. Well, I mean, when at this time of year though, the bridge was complete. You see the picture, the black and white picture.
Yeah, it's not dark.
There's nothing really on there. See this picture right here? This is February of 2012. So this is a good representation, this image, of the actual like exact time of year. And you can see there isn't any greenery. There's nothing. You can see the bridge. Look at that. You can see the bridge perfectly all the way across, just a branch here and there crossing.
Well, I agree.
Nothing.
It's just isolated.
So yeah, it's isolated. It's very wide open though. Like you can see everywhere. I mean, I even have video where Bonnie Rame and other people went out there for me, and there's nothing there. It's just a couple of branches sticking up, and that was right then. It was I have 2 videos from March of 2017 where it's just straight across and even sunny out, and you can almost see the crime scene from the bridge. I mean, it's absolutely wide open in there. If you go, you need to go out there. If you go out there again at a different time of year, you'll see it's like night and day. It isn't even close.
That's true.
So look at this. So this is February, right? So if I go to the next one, so look at what it looks like this is September when I was there. Okay. This is September 2014, but look at this. I mean, that's what you're remembering, right? Like you're right here, and it's just absolutely dense in here, and some of this stuff you can't even see. And I think if we go to let's see, here's a better one. This is July 2018. Look at that. You can't even, that's so covered. Trees going all the way across. Let's see what then July, now we're getting closer to now where nobody's cutting branches anymore. And look at this. This is July of 2022. Trees completely covering these areas right here, right? Mm-hmm. And then if you go to, that's February of 2024, which is, I didn't even know that was there, but even this one has a little bit more coverage because people aren't going across it anymore like they used to. And by the way, well, they can't really. Well, they could because you have to jump over. But that's where the little platform is now that you're talking about.
It goes that far?
Yeah, so it goes across the water, but platform 3, where the picture of Abby was right there. It's past there. So you could make this out, but then after that, you can't see anything. And then, so the new platform goes all the way across the creek, which is kind of where, let's just check and see where. Yeah, it's just past platform 2 where that used to be. And Elma, what's amazing is I think they actually did this on purpose. Now that I think about it, is they put this bridge, this little platform that you stand on, exactly where Libby's full length of the bridge photo was. And it's kind of cool, right? Because you can stand there and see the cool black and white photograph that Libby took. That's exactly the spot. Look at that. Look, see my little thing right here? The image of 205. See that? It's right on the edge of that, and they planned that, I guarantee it.
I don't think honestly, again, being out there is important. So I haven't been out there since it's been developed. I had no idea they developed it that far over the creek.
Yeah, it's hard to, it goes out there quite a bit. It doesn't even take that long to get there either, does it? So it's kind of like you can see how fast, if somebody's comfortable, how they could just zip across the bridge, right?
Well, and then I think at the end there, I guess it's the other thing is, because for my small town, we would cross 3 arches. And I remember us all thinking, like, our parents would say no, because they would say there's hobos that ride the trains. And what if there's somebody out on the thing and you're crossing the 3, whatever. So, we were like, oh, we always thought these hobos, whatever, when we were kids, we were afraid of that. So, but essentially, like, you can't, to trap somebody or trap your prey, you can't go right, you can't go left. So for the next, 5, 6 of that bridge or whatever, I don't know, like, I'm just making up statistics here, but they're not able to go right or left, just straight forward. So, and then he's like gaining time on them. So it really is like
well, they're actually, I would say that it's much smaller. Are you talking about from right here to there is 1/6, you're saying?
Oh, no. So I've never walked the full thing.
No, when you're saying 1/5 though, what are you talking
just,
about?
Just the part of the creek.
Oh, well, I think that's more, let's see. Yeah, it's probably more like almost a third. Let's see, 1, 2, no, probably like a quarter, maybe.
You think? Okay. Well, I'm thinking like.
Well, I can measure it because the bridge is 866 feet, right? So if you go, let me go to the right one.
I guess I'm literally thinking the part like when because I walk the creek. That's where I did. So I'm just looking up and I see the part straight above the creek.
Yeah, so if I go to right here from the start of the bridge and then right to where the platform is basically the second platform. And the distance on that in feet is 206 and the bridge is 866. So it's like, a little less than a quarter.
You got this program way before AI.
Yeah, no, I've had the same map for like, it's like I've had the same situation with pins here for years. We're talking since as soon as they came out with the April 2017 image, I was using it.
Okay, so zoom in. I'll show you exactly. Okay, zoom in a little bit more. Because so for me being somebody, I've walked under the creek, so I would say it's from like if you're looking literally from right here looking at the creek and the bridge, like that's the part that I consider like, whoa, that's right there. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what you're saying.
I would say the part of the bridge from one part of the bank to the other. So, literally exactly where the creek crosses. Like that's like to me, I don't know. Like that's what I could see. I looked above it, and then I don't know if I'm going underneath it. Then I just thought like, okay, I'd probably even turn around there because going that much farther. So I'd say it's a little more than, I don't know.
Well, I don't know what you're trying to say.
Just that it feels like a perfect like trap, and they couldn't go left or right. And
all I ever say is he was right here. He was standing on platform 1 when Betsy Blair came, And Betsy Blair saw him standing there, and then Betsy Blair left, but she only made it to the barricade. So she was actually 111 feet, not 50 feet from him. So that's probably why her memory isn't that great. And so then she turns around, and then Abby and Libby start walking this way. And now I think the bridge guy, Richard Allen, walked back here a little bit, and he just waited and watched them. I think he stood about right around in here, and that's why he doesn't show up in the image of Abby, because he's in the woods back there. So he's waiting and watching, and he watches to see if anybody's coming towards the bridge. And then he's also watching Abby and Libby as they continually get further and further across. Yeah. And then eventually, after they're about 2/3 of the way across, he makes his move, and he's going to walk across that bridge in 3.5 minutes, where they're really slow because Abby's just slowly plodding along. And so by the time Abby just gets near the end of the bridge, he's already on them. So they're and they saw him coming, and they didn't want to go past him, and they were basically trapped. And he would have called it off at any time had somebody shown up on the northwest end of the bridge. He would have called it off, but they didn't. So I imagine there's times where he looked back behind him. We just don't see it in the 2 seconds of video that we have.
Yeah, and I imagine there was times where they thought clearly there's going to be other people around, so they weren't, raising the ultimate alarm. I think the point I was trying to make was from your third marker there, your third pinpoint on the bridge.
No, that's platform 1.
Okay, from platform 1 to the next one. Like, that's when I walk under the creek. Like, that's what I see under the bridge. So I was like,
yeah,
it's just way longer than I've ever. I have not crossed it, but then I've been on the other side of the bridge, and I've come the other way, and I actually thought they for sure, wherever the ravine folds in, that has to be the way that he would have had them cross the path of least resistance. But no, actually, if he went straight across, then you are climbing up nearly 2 stories. So it's actually, the timeline is actually
like right over here if you go up here. But I just want to know where. I don't know. I mean, there's some.
I can send you.
Anyway, if the phone doesn't move again, it's 50 meters from here to there. So if it doesn't move again, I mean, the phone wasn't found right there. It was found over here. So I don't know if there's something where, they don't measure if it only walks 10 feet or something. I don't know. It's just...
Right. And does the up the stories, does that count in any of that measurement?
I don't know. I think it means it went 50 meters and also climbed 2 stories during that 50 meters.
Okay.
But that's 50 meters. But that's 50 meters, and then it would climb 2 meters. But if the phone never moved again, then that means the phone should be right there or close to there. But maybe, who knows how accurate this stuff is too. Right. Like, okay, you bring it up there. Okay, is it 100% accurate? I don't know, but it's close, right? I mean, I think this is the area where the assault took place. This is where it rose up. They were here for, what is it, 2:18 to, I can't remember what the time thing was, but where it stopped. But there was like a, 10 minutes or something, or 7 minutes where it stopped. And then, I don't know. Well, how much time did it say? I don't remember what the time. When was the 50-meter one? How much time was that? I'm getting tired now, though.
I know. So it's totally fine. But at least I think you got the point here, because I go to other channels and they're basically either saying that time was down the hill. I'm like, that wouldn't line up. So I could get why they're trying to confuse that. And then they say that the Apple Health app or whatever only does A-sense, not D-sense. I was like, well, that actually does make sense then, because they literally would have been right at that spot from the bench. Like, as I watched your videos and I saw it.
So that's what they're saying. It doesn't do down the hills.
Yeah. But it still doesn't discount it. They're actually perfectly still proving your timeline and your point here, because they literally would have gone, because
let's measure. Let me try to measure something here.
Okay.
All right, so 700 meters. So what these people don't get is the 700 meters includes movements at their house. Okay, because it starts at 131. They didn't get to the bridge until 1:49, but it's only a 10-minute drive. So that means 8 minutes of the steps that were recorded during 1:31 to 2:08 were over at the house. So that means after they got dropped off, let's just figure this out here. So they get dropped off, and we know for sure that they walked from here to there. And let's just say we know for sure that they made it to where the picture of Abby is, and actually platform 3, because well, now I got to start over again. Let me do that again. Okay, so you're back here, and you get out right here, walk this direction, then there, here, and then made it over to Libby's. That's 207 apparently. And the distance on that in meters is 622. I mean, how perfect is that? That means they walked 78 meters at the house. Okay. Doesn't that make sense, everybody? Walking a little bit around at 1:31, walking around, doing stuff in the house, and then you make your way out to the car, you walk 78 meters. And then it was 622 meters to here. Okay. Then let's see, from that location, I guess they, for some reason, just arbitrarily picked another time frame. And that one is, so I guess what we got to figure out on this next one is 414 meters from,
I see 208 to 218.
From right here. So you go to the end of the bridge. That is 148 meters. And then let's say you go down here, down there, like that. And then maybe, I don't know how far you go out, and then maybe you walk over like this. And back into that corner is 316. And they're saying it is 400 and what was it? 414. So, it's not way off. It's just, maybe they were, when you're at the end of the bridge and you're standing there and you're walking, maybe you're moving in place. So maybe there's some stuff added there. And when they're on the bridge, by the way, they didn't just go here at 207 and just walk straight across. Maybe they walked kind of a little bit, not quite straight, and they're looking at things. Maybe one of them walked back to look at it, take another picture. Who knows what they were doing? But it actually, you're missing 90 something meters, and that's it. Okay. Yeah, and how you make up those meters and walking, there's all kinds of different ways. You could walk a little bit further over here if you want to, come back over here. You could have kind of walked, maybe he had to chase him a little bit at one point.
A second hill down there. It's like after the private drive, it's almost a second hill. So who knows how they had to.
Yeah, and it could be, actually, they're taking down the hill like over here, not where I had it. So now we're at 343 meters. All right, so now it's getting really close to the, what was it again? 414. 414, right. So this is making a hell of a lot of sense now. Yeah, I mean, because now, see, it's only, we have to realize that they move some of those meters at home. So if you go from right here to there, you get it's 600 something. So you don't go extending it out to 700. You just realize that when they got there, they got out and they walked down the trail. Now, maybe, I'm sure they didn't walk in a perfect line or something like that. So maybe it was just like 10 or 15, 20, 30, 40 meters less at home or something like that. Don't really know, but either way, it was like 618. Let's see, what did we have on that one? It was 622. So there was 78 meters at home if they walked in a perfect line. And then from there, from that location, and I guess what we could do is if you want to be really accurate, we could move that over a little bit more over here. So add another 3 meters or so, make it go right where that was. I think they're using the picture as like a cutoff time, or sometime when the phone was, I think she was trying to like use her thumb to unlock it or something. And then right here is the end of the bridge, but then there's this little spot where you walk over here and then go down the hill, and then you go down So, who knows? Maybe you had him walk over like this, and then
Also, they talked about slide marks, kind of like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's these little slide marks. So maybe
will
they
that
had him
be
go down
that,
over.
you know?
Yeah, like we don't know exactly where that was.
Right,
Maybe,
right,
maybe it was something like that, and then he had him. Maybe it was an easier spot to go down.
right.
You go, and then we have the distance on that is 350 meters. So you're missing like 60 something meters, which isn't really a big deal. It's like, okay,
Between all that, you go right and left over like.
right. There could have been tons of different movements out here.
Right.
You could be going over here like that. You could go over there. Maybe they, just different little jogs. Like he
Right.
didn't know exactly where he was taking them, and then all of a sudden now you're at 365, and you're getting closer to the. We don't know because we don't have the satellite movements. In the Alec Murdoch case, you actually had the GPS coordinates of each pin place. That'd be great to have had that.
But it's okay, right? It's still kind of, I mean, so even that last time frame there, does that still like at least it still lines up with crossing and then going up that, which I can definitely video that for you. And I don't know how far in it was. I have actually not seen the actual crime scene, but I climbed up that and sat on top. So it was a little, I mean, I had to grab some roots and then grab the top of a tree to get up there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But anyways, it's just barely off on the distance. Yeah. So we don't know where they were going. Did they go a little bit further back here than over there? Did they, come down, maybe start walking under the bridge? And he goes, let's go this way. And he took him over here. I mean, we don't know. It's easy to come up with that other time frame. So it all makes complete sense, unlike what was sold to people on Michelle After Dark. She's trying to tell people, oh, my God, it doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense. It makes complete sense. That's why it was at trial, and everybody goes, "Oh, wow, okay, makes sense."
That's great. I don't even watch her, but I've been wanting to say that.
You shouldn't because she's an embarrassment.
I've sent things to you for a while, like trying to explain it. I was like, people seem to be getting this wrong, and I know if I just get to show you totally because I couldn't even put it together myself. So your timeline and all of this is pretty brilliant. So that's all I wanted to share.
There you go. Well, thank you. But I think I'm going to get the hell out of here, though.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
All right.
Yeah, appreciate you calling in. LA.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, it was fun. All right, have a good one. See you. LA. All right. Does that make sense to everybody? I mean, we are missing like 60 meters, but obviously you can make up 60 meters is nothing. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, thanks everybody. People that call in and everything like that. And everybody for supporting the channel. Just absolutely died down after we always have that issue whenever some kind of a goal's met. That's why you shouldn't set goals, Yeah, I was going to do that. I already had the screenshot. So anyways, thanks everybody. Appreciate you being here. And what do we got up here? Got Stacy Pittman. Then we had Pink Diamond. Tanya M. I hope I got everybody's questions in that sent super chats. Notorious Nance. Hey, how's it going? She's cool. 59 months, man. That's, 5 years. Then Lake. Thanks for donating to all the great causes out there. Yep. And then Tanya M. Gray has it all down. Then Peggy Day, thank you. Allie Cake. Kami. Let's see. Kami, then LA. I heard Sarah Carbra's testimony, but still didn't see a map in court. Yeah, I just, and you guys know me, I kind of ruled out Sarah Carbaugh's stuff. I was one of those people that's like, yeah, I mean, it could be totally true, but the fact that she waited 3 weeks and it's just, I could see just kind of tossing it out. It doesn't matter. It's great if it's true and everything like that, but there's no way to prove it. Her car does drive by. So that's proving that her car drove by at a certain time, 3:57, I think. But did she see him? I could see somebody reasonably not necessarily believing it. All right. Then we have Amber Maiden. I just want to say I think your family is amazing. Talking about Becky came on for a couple hours earlier. If you missed that, maybe I'll take that and just put it out there by itself tomorrow as a video. Then we got Viv Photography. Oh, we just did that one. Viv Photography said, what was the extended down the hill video? Yeah, we went over that. Then 1L Michelle. Then LA. Hey guys, if somebody does 3 more bucks, we get right into we'll make this even number. And then Toxic Tink, Tanya. Then we've got Cheryl Bullock. And Lynette Eades. I always get excited when I see that because remember on YouTube Super Chat the red ones are 100, but on StreamYards the red ones are like the $1 or something. So I'm like, oh, and then I go, oh shit. Then Cindy J. I think I asked most of you guys this question. Were you able to see Richard Allen in court? And if so, yep, asked that one. Cheryl Bullock. Then we've got Quizzical Girl. We got Alley Cake. Play-Doh, not Play-Doh. Shelly Rock Girl Media. Then Tanya. Then Truth and Justice. LA. Charlene S. Then It's Just Bella. Hey, thanks, Zozo. There you go. Deb's True Crime Notebook. What is something Becky would like to share? Oh, I guess I missed that one. Thank you for being here this evening, Becky. We are all praying for you and support you. Stacy Pittman. Then ST3. Hi, Becky. Bless you and the girls. Were you surprised by the arrest of Allen? Shadow Aspect. What did Richard Allen coworker have to say about him? Oh, I don't know. How do we know what their coworker said? Have they been in interviews? Quizzical Girl, gifted a membership. I guess I missed that question. Sorry about that. And then Hart gifted 1. Then Jenny Bunny, forget the coffee. No, the coffees are good. Then Megan Zone became a member. I thought it'd been cool if Megan Zone was a Megazoid. Hey, thanks, Vicky White. Gifted a membership. And Julia Burns gifted a membership. You should have called in, Julia Burns. And Crimezilla. And then I gifted 5. Then Ozzy Trisha has been a member for 36 months. I'm a DNA detective. Then LA, the reason Auger gave was that so people searching couldn't hear. That's just ludicrous. Kathy Friedenmaker. Ozzy Trisha. I think you almost have to be a conspiracy theorist by nature to be a defense attorney. And then Aaron Bremer, 32 months. And then Zozo. Then we also had Toxic Tink, Karen, Paulette, and someone with coffees. All right. Anyways, thank you guys very much for being here. Do you think it'd be worth it for me to just sort of download the interview portion and put that out there by itself? So people can just watch that instead of waiting, like after that, trying to watch what, I think it's just better to have that. So I think tomorrow I'll just upload that as its own standalone video. All right. So people can listen to it all by itself. So just wait for tomorrow and you'll get to watch it all. All right. And can you guys help me out on this channel? Like, and share the videos and hit the like button occasionally. You know, like in the video that I did with my interview with Jerry Holman, which I thought was as good as any of the other ones for sure. It hardly has any views at all. And it has like 500 likes. I mean, what a joke. It has like almost as many comments as likes. Do you guys forget to hit the button or what? I mean, it's just hit the like button. Look at tonight's show, for example. We have 4,304 views, which is 1,300 more views than the Holman video. And we have 446 likes. Is there a reason for that? So let's go ahead and hit that like button, you guys. I mean, try to get used to just hitting it for me on the channel. Well, Gray, what if I don't like it, you bastard? Can't you just do it anyways? Okay. My God. Yeah, well, put the links for them, Robin. All right. Well, thanks for being here tonight and sharing, the video if you can, and being here and asking questions. I think it was cool having Becky on. She seemed pretty tired because they're trying to get stuff together for, Kelsey. They're having another kid, and I think they're getting a house or something in Delphi, and they're just all sort of getting it ready. And so she was a trooper coming on. She sort of got a second wind at the beginning. She seemed pretty tired, but then jumped in there, All right, you guys. And if you're not a member here, hit that subscribe button or a subscriber. And then if you want, become a channel member. All right, because the channel members got to see the unfiltered interview with Jerry Holman, where you got to hear me ramble in between questions. Is that good or bad? All right. Well, thanks for being here, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. And a 1 and a 2. Oh, wait, let me turn off I got to turn off the audio echo thing, or you can't hear the music. Here we go. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. Oops. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, flag rejector. I'm a certified human lie.
Hey, Gray, this is cool, dude.
Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try
and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, fake connector, and I'm always gonna be a bomb effector. Roll off like that.
On his pector, with all respect, ya. Just remember, I've a temple fucking check ya. I have no agenda. Wow. I'm a pretender. What the hell was
and
that?
I'll serve it to you straight without the blender.
I had to mute.
I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true
I had to
offender.
mute Mary Lou's mic, for God's sake.
Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All
Hey,
right.
I also want to say thank you to all the moderators. You guys are awesome. I know when we do Delphi shows and when we start covering Brian Koberger again, we nailed that case too. So when we start covering that again, it'll probably be even busier because I'm sure the likes of the moron, who I consider to be a moron, the Burkharts of the world, and all those people who are going to pretend that Brian Koberger is innocent also. It's going to happen. You're going to have Bob Mata, you're going to have Burkhart, Laura Lee, all those people who are going to pretend that Brian Koberger isn't the guy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Not because they believe it, it's because they think there's an out. And they want to find that little nugget instead of actually putting a killer of 4 college students behind bars. All right. But anyways, thank you, mods. We'll see you guys later. And until next time, be safe out there.